Yo, what's going on, everybody? Welcome. Kill the music. I know that was a banger, but we got to swap to real music. Yo, VeeDotMe here. Today is Tuesday, second stream of the week. Definitely good to have everyone here. Kind of gonna go ahead and get into our stuff because this is a long run of Dead Cells. I kind of want to at least get it going, and then I can do all the talking I want during that, which is fantastic. I think we can have this on, at least just for fun. Gonna hop right in. Good to see everyone. Of course, today I really didn't have a lot because we're kind of in Cold to the Lamb waiting room. And I don't know when that's going to show up. I think that releases on Thursday. So until then, I don't really have like a new release today. No V Try Me. There was some things that came down the pipeline, but nothing that was released on Tuesday. So we're a little bit, I don't know if you'd call it behind schedule, ahead of schedule, or what. But we're all caught up on games until this coming Thursday. So what we're gonna do today, let's go back. Get rid of some of the color. Specifically this and this. I feel like the brutality can stay like super red. I actually don't mind that. But the other ones are a little weirder. Of course, it's good to see people. We do have the speedrun stuff on the screen right now. I think I want to play this hold to attack. I want to say everything else is all set. Cutscenes are off, lore rooms. Okay, so I might have to... Let's quit. Because I believe I have lore rooms turned on. So if I want to disable that. Kill the save. Hop back in. There we go. Okay, clean. Good to see people. I saw JC earlier. Azuric, Andrew, Vord, Segius. There were some other people in the chat as well. Today we did have some thunder and lightning outside. It appears to have dissipated by now, so hopefully we'll be okay. But a lot of noise and the power flickered for a moment. Lost internet for maybe like 5 minutes. But outside of that, I want to say we're okay. Knock on wood, of course. I don't have any wood in front of me. If anyone happens to have some wood I can borrow, if you can knock on it for me, I'd appreciate it. Nice balance blade. Nice me not having any money. I still kind of want to do Panchaku one of these days in the speedrun. I just don't think... Oh, I knew this right way. I just don't think it's the hit. Kind of an ugly setup right now. I don't know if any of you all have had your power go out lately. We kind of just moved to this area, so being in the city for the longest time, didn't really have to deal with the power going out all that much. I guess I should be lucky. Oh my god, really? This is not smart. I almost feel like you just hard reset. Because we kind of left here with absolutely nothing. And we're down one scroll. It's gonna be very, very awkward, but... it's 0 BC. As long as we're under 20 minutes, I could kind of care less about what happens. Celso, good to see you. Shoot, may not have even had to drink there. May have been able to just walk it out. If I die, I die and just reset. For those that haven't really experienced me speedrunning before, assume that all the speedruns are the least optimized as possible. Yo, that was Speedy coming in. Speedy, I saw that you were in New Game Plus. I saw you were fighting Lamek, I think its name is. You want to tell us how it went? Definitely welcome. This thing better get off my butt. Yo, Cat King will do that hydration as soon as I get to an area I can do that. We're in speedrun mode, so it's kind of hard to pull out a swig of water. Gotta check these, unfortunately. But not really unfortunate. We just don't want to be this far down scroll-wise. Water percent, that'd be pretty good. Like if I could do it right here, maybe during the cutscene. It's out of position. Okay, so the water is more positioned. Yo, Pyro! With the fireworks. Boom!
Love the content.
Confused, are there not any more prime bosses? Because you picked one in the burdens. Without revealing too much, Speedy, that burdens list is gonna grow as you play. So it might show a number right now, but that number's not gonna stay. Hopefully that makes a little more sense. Still padding towards tactics, assuming the game will give me a tactics something or other. I was about to say, please no spikes. Please no spikes at the bottom. Yeah, to complete New Game Plus to change it. Once you beat New Game Plus and you escape out of that place, kind of risky. Your burdens list should grow. But it's kind of up to, you really have to escape New Game Plus 1, I think. I always do that. I don't know why. I want to go Tranquilo. I always hit the wrong thing. Are you looking forward to the upcoming Ultra Kill update? I actually am. I have not played Ultra Kill before. So I will pick it up when it goes on sale. Thanks to their thing. Yeah, top are my PBs. If this is glitchless run, can we put that in the title? I do have an exclamation point speed run in the title, which hopefully gives like as much of the news as possible. If you think it could be a little better, I definitely don't mind. Sure. Only thing we're really trying to fish out is Electric Whip. The Molotov's okay, but I think we can do better. Give me the money. Alright, this is even more cursed. 4 static. What's Ultra Kill? Ultra Kill is a first-person shooter. Kind of like Doom. Very fast-paced. That's really all I know about the game. But they're having an update soon, so a lot of people are excited about that. So what am I losing? Like maybe 30 seconds going past all this? Challenge Rift? If I do this, I have to leave. Like, absolutely. And I'll just try to, like, rush through. I know typically it's a speed run, so yes, you're supposed to be rushing through. About to say we're in sync with the level. Okay. Teleport, and then we leave. Though finding a sinew slicer would have been really nice. It's gonna go on sale right after the update. Yeah, so that's what I'm waiting for. I don't know why I went into that. Tranquilo. And then we're good. You always forget that rifts exist. I almost thought you meant like that specific rift. I always miss that one. I'm like, wait, what? Is it random? The wolf trap's kind of nice here. Like, even though it's just a Molotov, the fact that we get the wolf trap damage, really good for us. That's why I wasn't like particularly worried about having just a Molotov. Go in that, and then I'll throw my other one out. Oh my god, I could have gone forward, I think. Rip. We'll be alright. Fast moments of gameplay. Is this better? It is. Phoenixy, welcome back. Fast moments of gameplay and gunplay like Quake. Yeah, maybe that's a better way to describe it. Not Doom, but more like a Quake. Good stuff, though. Good stuff. Keep it going. We're basically trying to go all the way to Hand of the King right now. And when I get to Hand of the King, I need to have swapped out of this kunai at some point. Gotta go backward to get the key. Now you won't be able to upgrade items, so you gotta trigger the legendary forge guy. So now you won't be able to upgrade items. What made me not be able to upgrade items? How in the world do I get to this key? Only appear after Timekeeper. That makes sense. I'm gonna hope that's not like super relevant for me right now. Oh, the aimbot. Holy crap, God Gamer. I didn't do the assault shield. That's fine. Maybe like a 30-second loss. Longer. Alright. Spent enough time there. Surprised I missed it that one time, but I guess I had to do the assault shield dash. Hello? Wait, am I tripping right now? Do I know how to play this game? Go down from the roll. Down smash. Why can you only down smash and you can't just hold down and jump? Like, it's not doing that? Kind of unfortunate. Alright, so probably like 3 minutes down the drain. Is that a legendary? No. I don't know what I saw. Like I said, as long as I'm around like the 20-minute mark, I don't super mind. We just don't want to be like super far past that. Like if I was at 23 minutes, 24 minutes, I might restart. It's only a little bit of time. All right. So I think we're good here. Thanks for the feedback, everybody. Not to say that it was looking bugged. I wouldn't say that was a bug. It's definitely a knowledge issue. I didn't know that down jump wasn't allowed. Okay, good, good. When will you go for the leaderboard ready runs? What do you refer to as leaderboard ready? Do you mean something that's legal? Right, I should have picked that up. That's a twin dagger? Trying to think of what twin dagger. Well, I need something. Something you can verify? Is this run already not verified ready? Which is kind of on brand. This is awful. Like, me going for this probably wasted a whole 5 minutes. Alright, so I gotta remember to use that teleport to get back. I still need the actual kunai. Sick lag? It isn't. Gotta have map visible. Oh, snap. Where would you say is a good place for the camera? Like, for the speedrunner community. Like, of course, I want people to know that I'm the one doing the speedrun. So where's the camera go? That was close. Mid left. Above the C. So mid right. Above mutations. I don't know if I like above mutations. Wait, I never got the key. So the key was in one of these towers? Interesting. Yeah, I still don't get the call sign. I thought it was cogwheels only. If you see anything beyond cogwheels, it's a GG. Don't go that way. This way definitely has more than just cogwheels. Legendary? Legendary leg hugger. That will actually level up. What a slow run. Like, this is hot garbage, but I'm already having fun now that little Staffy showed up. Thank for the alley-oop, by the way. We're not gonna take the twin dagger. And we have double damage on something. I'm hoping the double damage somehow gets us back in. I was about to say, watch me die to the freaking spikes. What happened to Runeterra? I forgot to change the title. That's what happened. Streaming's hard, by the way. Thank you for that hydration earlier. to the person who did that. All right, double damage electric whip. Definitely a great spot to be in. Little Staffy probably won't upgrade here because I think Timekeeper will melt. Dang, I should have summoned inside. Runeterra's good. I only play the PvE. Yeah, I like it a lot. What the dog doing? All right. What could I maybe want here? I guess I'll take another legendary electric whip. Probably want this. No, never mind, never mind. Too much crap in the way. Happy to see Leg Hugger in a speed run. That's the only way to win. Oh my god, I'm already at 18 minutes. I said I was gonna reach 23 minutes and reset. Might still be on the table. Wait, wasn't the upgrade kit supposed to be in there? I didn't see him. Looked like it was just the actual forge. Honestly, if we see any scroll that's not purple, I'm not taking it. This is literally show me Hand of the King so I can leave. We gotta go this way. Literally get me the Hand of the King so I can freaking get out of here. I see a scroll. I see a scroll. Don't get it. It's bait. It's a time waste. Crap. I didn't think that was gonna connect. Not a dead end, right? Not a dead end in my game. Alright, what does the map look like? How bad is this? Where's Staffy at? Staffy AFK? Staffy didn't come in? Dead end. How do you not fall for this? I think we have to reset here. I don't know what the outplay was. So we got early shop. After the shop is the branch, so we don't know what direction the actual exit's gonna be. So I was banking on it being like the farthest direction away from the entrance. So like diagonal down, that's as far as you could possibly go.
Why isn't anyone afraid of ghost fiends? Because everyone loves boobies, haha, doge.
Thank you, Coach. Appreciate it. That one was unreadable. There was no outplay. Coach, the T2. 49 months. Incredible. Definitely thank you for the support. Can we get some highs in the chat for Coach? Coach been around for almost 50 years. It's incredible. We'll at least see how Leg Hugger performs in here. Like, it's a pretty good boss killing build. It's just not on pace. What the dog doing? It's just not on pace. And not really, oh wow, why was I killing those? Not really an issue of lack of damage, I feel. All right, Staffy transforming. I wonder if Staffy actually works on this patch. Legendary Staffy is supposed to do bleed on hit. Wonder if it actually does. Don't jump, don't jump, don't jump. There we go. Yeah, like 24 minutes. Literally 5 minutes over. That's not good. So what happened there? We had a pretty good Rampart. Going for the legendary Twin Dagger screwed us over. Maybe the prison quarters didn't look very good either. Wait, I was about to say, where's my control? Run it back. I think everything else in it was fine. Where else is the bleed from? Yeah, we have Sinew Slicer. Yeah, we're actually resetting. The least I can do is get a good time in 0 BC, I feel. That's like the absolute bare minimum in terms of practicing speedrunning. I always bring up this person. One of the people I like to watch a lot, Forza. Forza does Elden Ring speedruns. And, I mean, you're going for world record pace at that point. But world record pace, oh, that's so high up. I don't know. That's a terrible position right here. I mean, I guess you have to make the cam smaller. I don't think I like it. My face is on the timer. Yeah, I had to move it up. Consistency doesn't build up with resetting over 0 BC. But I would get more consistent at 0 BC, right? Cam in the left side above the weapons. Vord, am I allowed to cover up my mutations? You can actually make the UI smaller. They added that in accessibility. How small can it get? Custom HUD size. How cursed is this? Yo. Is this legal? There's absolutely no way. Not by doing the full run multiple times. It's bad practice unless you already know the tech. I just feel like I can spare the 20 minutes. Like if I know it's god awful, I at least want to optimize that. This is mobile Dead Cells. Gonna be covering up our HP like this. I guess like this is the spot, but we're gonna end up covering up some of my cache, I think. So like maybe something like this. Bruh, I gotta squint. I'm the one playing the game. How do you think I feel? Wait, that's a weird looking section. Yo, I gotta read the map. 60%? Suboptimal. We need to be 50% players. If you're playing at 60%, you're already losing. That's second place talk. Right. Reading the map will be your problem. Yeah, like I said, I'm the one struggling. Who needs to look at the map? The map doesn't help you play the game. Right? I mean, if you can just feel out the area, you're fine. Maybe get a trap from here. Not a trap at all. Please, game. Meanwhile, I can't get to 5 BC. You're still losing to Giant at 4 BC. Chris, spin every single health pot you can to get to the Giant. It's the #1 tip. And then once you get to the Giant, make sure you have actual skills that will hit the Giant. Like, don't go to the Giant with something like, Crusher. Like, does Crusher do the oil around it? Yes. Does Crusher do the poison? Yes. Would Crusher hit a fist? Yeah, it can. But if you could have ran Cleaver, I guess that's red only. If you could have ran Sidhu Slicer, I suppose. Probably better. Shields do help, that's true. But not Assault Shield, of course. Stars. Nice. We take those? There we go. See, nothing to fear. Drop the money. I just wish I had more than just an ice grenade. I like how you're doing most of the game in 20 minutes. You take 3 hours. I take 3 hours when I'm streaming normally. This is not normal gameplay for me. Like, if I were to do a viewer build, it's not gonna look like this. If I were to do Busted Build Hunter, not gonna look like this. Have you ever lost your save file in stream? Yes. We got it back because the game saves. I mean, this is a Steam thing. But the game saves a backup daily. My save was corrupted, and it had to go back to like a few days. But we were fine after that. Increase move speed? That's funny. See ya, sucker. First time watching the stream, after watching your videos, love the content. Yo, Linguine. Welcome, happy to have you here. Maybe it's Linguini. I get it, I get it. I'm pretty sure whenever I go to the actual grocery and I can't find the linguine, I say it's linguine. Imagine losing your save file after getting everything. It's not that bad. I've had a lot of people come in. Wow, I just realized we never hit the timer. We'll start it. And then there's a way for me to set the timer. I can't. We should just restart. Oops. All right. I didn't do my homework to check out the auto splits. Need to make an emote or something. VeeDotTime so it can get spammed. Found a glitch with Hunter's Grenade. Can be useful with Frantic. If you throw the grenade and pick it up, you lose life. They're changing that, Rajit. So it doesn't give stats anymore. So definitely use it while you can, because on PC, I don't think I can do that anymore. Nice try. Thank you for the heads up, though. Like, I always like hearing you all come up with cool stuff like that. Like, I've had viewer builds before where I don't really know that it's gonna work, but then just because someone tells me it did, and I tried it out, ended up being really cool. What a terrible spot to put this. Just collecting money so that if the shop does show up, especially in Ramparts, we might be a little closer to getting something. It only takes like a second to pick it up anyway. How am I missing a scroll? How many zombies have I killed? The real question is how many zombies have killed me? I'll let you in on a secret, Fabe. Green zombie is my #1 most killed by enemy. And I want to say it's like by at least 20 points. Like 80 deaths to maybe 60 versus slashers. Maybe. And that's assuming that my death to green zombies isn't like even farther beyond that. Yo, welcome back, Kosh. All right. All of this part's fine. Any idea when mobile gets updates? I have no idea when anything gets updated. I have people who ask me pretty much every day on YouTube. I wish I could answer, I really do. But I have zero info. Can I have something I can actually kill? Here we go. And now I don't have my traps for this thing. Is it a glitch that the Hunter's Grenade gives you stats after creating an elite with it and then retrieving it after? Are you saying that your original Hunter's Grenade does not have stats, but then once you actually use the Hunter's Grenade, it gains stats? That's kind of sick. I would say that's probably a glitch. Reportable? Maybe? If you don't say anything, I should probably say something. Probably. Maybe. Right. Finally, bats. Am I gonna get out of here with no tactic scrolls again? This happened last time. All right. Yo, thank you, Rob. Take the ammo +3. Is the UI smaller or are you tripping? You are not tripping. Can confirm. Yeah, we are in mobile form right now. Yeah, so if I am to submit a speedrun, and we've had like conversations before on if I would or if I wouldn't. If I were to submit one, because I'm streaming with my webcam on, I'm always covering up some elements on the screen. So I have to position my webcam in a way that doesn't block stuff for the speedrun community. Just waiting for Sidu Slicer to kill it. So I have to make sure that I have a legal speedrun. And we have to show all of those elements. Did we get the T? No. It's like a dot on my screen back where we killed the zombie. Okay, here's the T. The T that we're talking about, that's our indicator that whatever towers are up ahead have to be towers that contain concierge. We don't know which one it is. Probably not this one. But it does have to be past this. T-pose structure, yeah, that's the T-sis. Yo, I saved that zombie's life. Should probably look past Black Bridge and make sure there's nothing there. Oops. So we're gonna run out of ammo, which is definitely unfortunate. We're gonna have to parry, and I hate doing the parry on this with Assault Shield. Yo, look at the boss HP bar. What y'all think about that? Didn't get the parry. Like, why bother? Yeah, my hope is that, and that's exactly what I thought of, it's just Elden Ring. Elden Ring's UI is super tiny. And like, as the speedrunner, you don't really need to see the UI, famous last words. Not very good time there. Yo, Blaze, good to see you. Boss HP looked like an Oreo Slim. That sounds real good. Though, to be fair, I think if I were to buy cookies, I'm not buying Oreos. Not to say that Oreos are bad. Like, don't get me wrong on that. I just don't think, in the grand scheme of things, Oreos is where it's at. Wait, is it because I have to do like a point? I think I'm missing what Vord was saying about the NPC allowing you to upgrade your gear. One of the best cookies is Linden Butter Crunch. Linden Butter Crunch. Are those the things in the tins? The little biscuits? I think in the UK they call those biscuits. You just need to talk to him? I did talk to him, right? I even put one cell in it. If that's what you're referring to. Unless you're saying that now that I've talked to him, and maybe I'm missing a cutscene? And that's where I'm like kind of off. Oops. About to say, you can't hit me. Oh, this thing's way up here. Yeah, now upgrade should appear. Thank you, thank you. Okay. I can only do that with ranged items. I think I've done it with Balance Blade before. And that wasn't like god awful. But whenever you get a ranged item, it's like so much easier. Well, so you'll get the Minor Forge after this biome. Nice, nice. Has anyone done a speedrun of Queen in the Sea officially? I'm sure there's that. DLC route speedrun. The Wolf Trap's not that great of an upgrade. Don't upgrade in the first Minor Forge. Any reason why not, Opal? Why would I not want points in Forge? I'm not saying you're wrong, by the way. I'm genuinely curious. I have no idea what I'm doing. Every bit of feedback you all give, I take it as, like, pro strats. Alright, where am I? So... I think I'm supposed to go this way. Jeez, that looked awful. So many cannibals. Oh, I might do a 1 BC distillery. Now that I think about it. Especially if we have a build that kills living barrels. It's the wrong way, and there was a scroll. Wow. Imagine being able to see the map. You can find better weapons in shops that you wouldn't be able to afford if you upgraded. Wait, what? Oh, I see, I see. And yeah, Jury, I'm a boomer. So Jury, I don't know if that's an insult to that person trying to answer a question. So definitely try to hold off on that kind of stuff if you're able to. Much appreciated. So yeah, the idea about not doing an upgrade, it's funny because I didn't do upgrades and people told me, V, you should be doing upgrades. So it's tough. I like how both of those directions were wrong. Hang on. Let's pause. So this is... Oh, that wasn't a pause, that was a full stop? Does anyone happen to know what the time was before I hit the button? Not hard enough to go into the stream to check. So we're gonna do a quick investigation here. So we're gonna go to my own channel, get the timer. Does it make sense to your opinion? Opal, I agreed with you, but then people were saying that the rarity of stuff behind the BC doors, it might be an item that you don't actually plan to use. So if you can at least find something that's already upgraded, that's better than hoping that you will find something in a BC door. That's the overall concept. All right, I guess I need a real pause button. So 12:30, 13. I guess I should show this. We're gonna do a little bit of v.csi here. All right, first off, we need the timer. So right now we're looking at, and I'll probably just tack on some minutes. Okay, so 13:30. Yeah, thank you, Squirrel. Thank you. So there's a way to edit this so that the timer starts at a specific time. Start timer at, we'll make it 13:50. Okay, so that's set. So what I'm gonna go to, if someone can do an exclamation point speed run in the chat for me. We're gonna take a quick look at something to try to figure out if we understand instructions. I know there's a lot of people in the chat who've watched guides, read stuff, maybe your own game facts to figure out how to do stuff in Dead Cells. There's our rules. Okay, so in here, resources. No, guides, we want guides. List of current tech, maybe that's it. Clock. I don't think it's that we want. There's another one that shows like what a clock tower skip typically looks like. Maybe it's this one here. Because they have photos too, which was really nice. Oh my god, am I really not gonna find it? Skipping, drinking through doors, routes, map reading. Leave that up just in case that is the one that we're looking for. Down patching, frequently asked questions, fresh file guide. Some outdated guides too. Speedrunner.com is actually like really cool. But I'm always looking for like specific things that sometimes I struggle to find. Okay, cell jump. I swear it was actually this one. Maybe it's this. Routing hints. Yeah, okay, so this is it. All right. So this is the one we're looking for. So clock tower hints. These are the clock tower clues. If they indicate that a key might be in the tower, but does not guarantee it. So if we go over to our current run, we're not gonna progress further. Okay, so I would say that this looks nothing like what's on the other side. I would say this let's pull up the side by side. Give me a window capture. give me a fire 2. A little streamer 101. If you hold the alt button, you can edit this. There we go. Okay. So let's read again. These are clock tower clues that indicate that the key might be in the tower, but does not guarantee it. These clues basically only help identify where the exit is for sure, but the key itself is still up in the air. So when we look at the top picture, you see my mouse? So we look at the top picture, and we compare it to my current tower, which I don't believe is the exit. Okay, this actually might be the exit. I don't want to progress though, so let's check out some of the others. Okay, so what about this one right here? So when we look at this one, and we're trying to compare it to the pictures here, what do you all think is the key indicator that this was an exit? This has the teleporter. So does that mean teleporter's bad? Teleporter means there's no exit? If we read again, exit cannot be in a tower with these hints at their entrance. Oops. The exit cannot be in the tower. So right now, unless this one has the key. So I would consider this similar to photo number 1. We say this is photo 1. So this must be the key, but not the exit. So we're gonna go in, we're gonna start the timer again. The exit isn't there, but the key maybe. Yeah. Let's kill this. Timer? Hang on. Okay. This one will be the exit. Okay, we'll get to that. Good to know though, good to know. Ow. I guess I'll just go this way. Yeah, so this is our exit. It's not the same hint as the document. Okay. Let's clear this out. This I actually don't mind doing, so we're gonna pause again. Pull up the documentation. Okay, so this might be like a explain it to me like I'm 5 situation. If I'm at the entrance and you're saying it's not the same as this one, it has to have a floor space on both sides to be that hint. It has to have a floor space. So by floor space, do you mean like the distance between the two cogwheels? So right now, I have too many cogwheels. My cogwheels are overflowing. which would indicate if you have like a plethora of cogwheels, that's a good sign. It has nothing to do with cogwheels. These are the clock tower rules. They indicate that the key might be in the tower, but do not guarantee it. It's about the thing poking from the ceiling? There's a thing in the ceiling on the right. This thing? This was a little Where's Waldo situation. I had no idea we were talking about a ceiling. They indicate that the key might be in the tower, but do not guarantee it. These clues only identify the exit. Like, out of everything I was looking for, the main focus of my eyeballs were cogwheels. So that means that the key might be in the tower if the thing is on the ceiling, but doesn't guarantee it. The hint in the guide is not visible on my screen. Hang on. The hint in the guide is not visible on my screen. So... oh, you do not see the hint for this right now. Alright, let's close that out. Alright, so the exit is in here because the key is not. If we go down to the other ones and look for just ceiling tech. So there's this right here. I assume this is the hint. But if it has a teleporter, that means it's disqualified. Yeah, further down. Yeah, the teleport stone is the hint. So down here, we have the double thingies, which that means that a key could be in here. The bottom tower has it. Yeah, the key could be in here, but the key's not in here. On the side of the door outside and the other is inside, do they both need to be inside? That's a good question. The thing poking from the ceiling. Yeah, we see those. So question one is, does it have to be both of these? One here and one here? Does it have to be deep inside? Does it have to be closer to the door? And then the second thing is that this doesn't actually have the key in it. So does that mean that we rolled a 50-50? And there's essentially no way to say that that has the key. This has the thingy and has a teleporter. Let's read it again. They indicate that the key might be in the tower, but do not guarantee it. These clues basically only helps identify where the exit is for sure, but the key is still in the air. The exit cannot be a tower with a rock, but it can be a tower with a key. The one above the door is irrelevant. You can just recognize the thing on the ceiling when it's not part of the door. I might suggest looking at the tower that does have the key. Yeah. Good idea. So we'll start the timer again. Y'all can't see anything? Do I need this? I don't. Well, it could be double tactics. It's not. We'll take the burning ground though. Okay, so remember, this one has a teleporter. And it also, I believe it has the things above the door. Excuse me, this is only one occupancy? Alright, so we got our key. That was this tower. Which I guess is kind of bait, because like this is a little deeper in. And there was only the one tower left. Alright, let's pause again. Don't bother with the doors. Sorry, I don't know what you mean by don't bother with doors. Alright, so we have Thingy. We have Rock. We know that Rock means no exit. We know that both of those mean the key could be there. This is our actual exit, which has neither. So I think at least we could probably identify where there's no exit. But I'd say this one right here, this to me seems exactly the same as the other tower. And I would say this one's different, because this one doesn't have the rock. But what it does have is it has the things above. Rock beats scissor. You're probably not wrong. So yeah, right now, if it's a 50-50 between this one and this one, there's also the one at the bottom. Which is basically, I think the only place where I'm at is that we know where the exit is. And maybe that's the part that actually matters. Like, it's not really a matter of finding the key. It's all about finding which tower's the right tower. Which I'm on board with that mentality. Okay, just wanted to see if I had a wolf trap there. We're gonna keep it going. But at least I have that recorded offline. And if we can at least get consistent on finding the actual exit, then that's probably better than getting lost on both the exit and the key. Like, if I find the key early, then all we need to do is find the exit. Mentality. We're gonna be here a lot, so I have to be. Am I actually reaching? I actually tried to roll backwards through it. No, it's just a little bit too late. I was saying, where's my Sinew Slicer? That still is, I think, bar none for killing her. Okay. Good, good. Keep it going. If I'm lucky, we'll try 1BC Distillery. Thanks everybody for like bearing with me. I know the technical stuff isn't like the coolest thing to watch, but I think any speedrunner who like is actually trying to learn it does kind of like go through it. Yo, my auto split's just activated. Oh, that sucks. Hang on. Undo split. Pause me. Hold. Okay, so we have to deactivate this. Live split, another thing that's like incredible. And then every once in a while, we'll hit a button that breaks everything. All right, we're back. See if we get another cursed shop. This is a good sign. When I can actually go through the biome, it's a good sign. Grapple hook, that's a no. I think grapple hook does fire on activation, which doesn't help us here. Don't ask me why I did that. All right, kiddie pool. It's hot. If you're hot, they're hot, let them in. Nice try. All right. So yeah, one of the reasons why I wanted to do the speed run today is I feel like I kind of just want to move my hands, if you know what I mean. Yesterday I played a bunch of Legends of Runeterra, which is a keyboard and mouse card game, and it's good. But in terms of like mental, I feel like I didn't necessarily like gain any not mental, physical. I didn't gain any physical endurance from playing Legends of Runeterra. It was all mental. So I need to move both. I need a day of actual hand exercise as well as a day of brain exercise. We're a little bit over from all the testing. Pretty sure we don't need anything from here. Though, no, we need random starter shield. And then that's it. Alright. No hit incoming. I desperately need the legendary off this. If I don't get the legendary, I may as well just restart the whole run. 100%. I wonder if he one-shot Sinew Slicer with the uppercut. Double uppercut? It's kind of sick. I wasn't confident I could floatate over all that. The game's begging me to heal right now. Jeez, game, I'm doing it, calm down. It's not going under. Sometimes you can just send the worm into the spikes. But it looks like they aren't cooperating today. As long as I don't lose my Sinew Slicer, we lost it. Is I gonna lose this one too? No, it lived. That's a rare live. Toxic. There we go. All right. Yeah, the small HP, small everything is actually really funny to me. Do I want that Telluric? I think there's actually been no need for Telluric. Every time I've played and unlocked Telluric, for like the one run I needed it, We didn't need it for the rest of the run at all. Alright, we're about like 4 minutes over. But we got some learning in, which is really nice. Speaking of learning, a lot of games coming out in the next couple of weeks. One being Cult of the Lamb on this Thursday. But another thing that's coming out, Rumbleverse on Epic Game Store. And like, not gonna lie, I kind of want to play it. I did a very small amount when they did their last playtest, like maybe an hour's worth. I don't play Fortnite, but for some reason, Rumbleverse is actually kind of fun. Oh my god. Alright. Try Distillery, if we get lucky. Oh, we've been doing this too. Just to be able to get a legendary magic bow, I think it's probably worth it. Which mobile had bank? Now, I saw a gift today. It may have been on Reddit. I don't know for sure. But in that, the person was going into bank. And they immediately got destroyed by double elite gold gorger. And it was kind of nasty. Not gonna lie, like, I've never seen that before. Just walking around, minding their own business. And I felt bad. Wow, that was an actual dead end. But it was a real Welcome to Dead Cells segment. Which, like, you never want to see. I should have taken that grenade. Okay, not going that way. That's Panchaku up there. Kinda gotta take stock of our cell count, too. I think that's the only other piece of information I'm kind of missing. Is how do I really want to spin my cells throughout the runs. Right now, they're kind of on, I guess, as needed basis. Like, if I have a build and it kind of sucks and I need something to get through, then we just pay for some kind of unlock. Double elite gold gorger spawns so often you just don't go. Oh my god, that sounds horrible. I'll pray for you tonight, Chris. No more gold gorgers for Chris, please. That's... I don't know what to feel about that. Okay, so am I going to use this right away? No. Did I need to unlock it just now? Maybe not. You'll probably start getting recycle soon. What happens if the viewer build we submitted has already been done? That's fine. Typically what I'll do, especially if it's on a new patch, I'll try to add a little spice on it. And usually most people like the spice. I know we had a conversation about honey mustard the other day, but most people don't mind the VeeDotMe sauce on their build. So usually I can figure out something. Should have taken that. Legendary smoke bomb. That was sick. That was the sickest bomb I've ever seen in my life. Holy smokes, gamer. What in the world? I was say, is that actually gonna connect? Of course not. I recently finished 99.9% of the Dead Souls content. You're in waiting room then. Just like we are with Cult of the Lamb. Just waiting on the next release. It's a good spot to be in. I mean, you could be out there grinding still. Star behind me. Can't believe I lost the YOLO just like that. All right. Yeah, I'd say if you are worried about where you're gonna submit, just ask the question. Like, maybe it's gonna be not something that I can make any better. Pierce all. But I usually have faith in people's builds. Not usually, I always have faith. Oops. So worst case scenario, we have a way to get our arrows back on Concierge. Press R3 to leave your body. Can I get an R3 in the chat? Can someone leave their body, please, so I don't have to? Just beating the game with all weapons? That's a cool idea. Someone was actually doing beating the game with only said weapon. All weapons. It's like you go from A to Z and just play every single thing that the game has. Unlucky. I got rejected going up that. Would I do something like that? I'm not like fully opposed. The real issue is it's a major time sink. Even if you say that each run is 30 minutes, let's say you're speed running 5 BC. 30 minutes a piece. Over 150 Pokemon that you have to play. I don't know what the math is on that, but it sounds terrible. I knew it. See if we can get a couple more scrolls before we leave. Like, I like to see 7. Is it mandatory? No, but definitely a whole of a lot better than 5. Okay. 75 hours, best case, ignoring failures. We don't fail around here. No, 75 hours of streaming in the month of July. I streamed for 96 hours, and that in and of itself felt really, really bad. And that's not all Dead Cells either. Like, it would have to be... Where's the teleporter? It would have to be like nothing but Dead Cells the entire way. And then we'd be done in a month. And I know, like, V, that actually doesn't sound all that bad. But trust me, when you have to do Tentacle on one of those, you're gonna feel it. Wow. That's a slow weapon. Alright, I mean, we're gonna find out one way or another if this thing is actually worth it. Either that, or you just unlock it and leave it on the ground. Wish I had Wolf Trap, but it'll be okay. Okay, those are some chunks. Now we parry. Ice Grenade might give me my ammo back too. It does not. Yeah, this is where it gets bad. So I probably had to reset my Ice Grenade. Please, just die. Thank you, thank you. No ammo? Are you dead? Are you dead, son? Is it just me or Concierge less hard and more of a pain? Oh, I mean, I guess we're not supposed to be dying to him. But, like, I've seen a lot of new people play Dead Cells before. Of all shapes and sizes, of all proficiencies as well. And I do feel as though there are plenty of people who... It's a tutorial boss. That's basically what it is. You start off the game, and it is your tutorial. Which I think is, like, very, very fine. Oh yeah, I'm on 1BC. I was like, why does that have stuff in it? Okay, my Sinew Slicer. It's actually kind of decent. Wow. I wish I could go bank. I still don't have an Assault Shield even. Like, that's kind of nuts. I don't know what's going on with that, but not good, not good. Does this not have the key? It does. I've been having really weird key placement. Yesterday you coached a new streamer playing Dead Cells to get the first dub. Yo, Abner. Excellent work. I know they'll appreciate it. Like, that's one thing that's really nice about the people out there. I feel like you all do a great job of allowing people to be able to get through games. And of course, if you go into a new streamer's chat and, like, you aren't sure if they want the help or not, default on asking if they want help first. Like, don't just immediately go in and say, like, stop putting your points in red. Especially if they don't ask. Instead, wait for a moment to arise where they ask specifically, oh, I could do a lot more damage than this. That would be a great time to say, oh yeah, by the way, stats do blah 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 in Dead Cells. I'd say anything outside of that, probably unwarranted. Unless you know the person. If you know the person, then you might be good. Wonder how this is gonna be on Timekeeper. Jeez. Holy crap. Trying to limit as much time as I can talking to the collector. Even though it's only like a couple of seconds to do the unlocks. Those seconds add up into minutes. Those minutes add up to hours. Okay. Probably needed that. So no exit there. So what, that could be an exit? No, it's probably a connection to more towers. Really? We just need to find the key. Thank you, game. Thank you for more not tactics. Okay, so this is looking good for key. Yeah, I wish I could do Conjunctivius more in this route. We're gonna see Conjunctivius exactly one time, I believe. Oh, it was not it. Wow. Jeez, like what a long walk to not get the key. How would you deal with rust in this game? There's times where life takes over, you haven't played in a week or two, you just lack the mechanics. A lot of times when that happens, I just play custom mode. Like, I will play something that gives me the most familiarity to the game, and then work my way from there. And not to say that that's foolproof, but I like to believe that that's like part. Ow. I'm not panning my camera. Found the exit. Conjunctivius 2 times? Oh, 4 BC. To get to a cavern, that's right. You gotta remember we have to go toxic after this too. This was not the key? It was. All right. So I'm gonna go with what we have. Pray that the Simu Slicer can solo the boss on its own. And then hopefully just be good from there. So self-synergy? What? What in the world? Maybe I should have rolled the magic bowl a couple times. I didn't know I would get something like that. Yo, clock room, 41 minutes in. We're about to be over pace. And then I have to go to distillery too. Have to is a strong word, by the way. Okay, we're doing chunksters. I like it, I like it. That was actually kind of decent. Am I really going distillery without assault dash? Oh, we got it. Oh, we need this. Okay. Sure. Kind of wish I had something like an electric whip to kill with. Not taking that. All right, I can do 40 cells. This is so bad. All right, if you're speed running Dead Cells, don't do this unless you're doing like javelin gameplay. We're here specifically to get a blueprint, which is RNG. I could probably die in the process. Not even probably. Very, very likely. Just drink. I lost my YOLO too. Nice. That's a lot bigger than I remember. Well, so we had an idea. The idea is kind of lost at this point. There's a star in there too. Is that a star? It's so tiny, it's hard to tell. I guess me losing YOLO was the indicator to not come here. Yeah, I think so. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna keep it going. This run is now null and void. But we're gonna at least get through the rest of it to kind of like get the cogwheel going. Understand when you want to go here, when you don't want to go here. I think you don't go here when you don't have YOLO. This is basically having save state when you're practicing a speed run. See, those die just fine. Yeah, we gotta kite backwards, that's the issue. So probably on current patch, Distillery is a lot slower than Castle, even if you find the key in first branch. Yeah, I understand that. We only come here the one time. And that's it. Wow, did I lag in the exact same spot? That's kind of sick. Okay. So nothing there. We go down. Yeah, we only need to find the Tesla coil the one time. Guaranteed to happen. It baited me into going forward. Oh, I don't need to fight these. For some reason, I think I'm playing on 5BC. The only thing we need to fight are barrels. I want to say, even if the barrel drops dead without me fighting it, I think the blueprint can still drop. That might need a fact check. I'm getting chased. Yeah, so just keep an ear out. If you hear the noise, then we're pogged up. If you hear nothing, then Sag. Please. It's gonna explode. Yo, Nano Tyrannus. I'm dead. Raiding the channel, welcome everybody. We have died in Distillery 2 times. I don't think you go here if you don't have the YOLO. We're gonna give it one more try and just ignore as much as possible. Now we have insider info that their upper path is bad. Obviously, this would not fly, but we're taking this as a, is it this way? We're pretending like it's a safe state. Okay. I was gonna try to do the head to get down into there. Yeah, okay. So we don't need to fight those. Just a skin. Crusher is actually kind of sick. So in the event that you need to kill Timekeeper, for example, you can just do that. Yo, Leo, good to see you. Leo Jing. Welcome, welcome. Ow. So that thing is really annoying. You have to do this. I guess have to is a strong word. Get denied. When you're going to do the next viewer build? Monday. We've been doing viewer builds almost every Monday. Wait, what in the world? Is this rocket science? No, we gotta go right. Alright. Oh my god, like he won't land. Need this. Alright. Definitely not like ideal time. And we didn't get lucky on our distillery. Wait, I need you to come over here. Yeah, you. Okay. Let's get out of here. All right, so we did not see the Tesla coil. That's okay. You can keep it going. You can only get one blueprint off an enemy per biome. So the fact you got Crusher means you can't get Tesla coil. Really? TIL? So you're saying the only blueprint in that entire biome was the Crusher? Or was there an option to see other ones? Why are we in Distillery? We were trying to get a Tesla coil. Did that a little backwards. Baited. So we ran into the ammo situation again. Okay. Doesn't seem as strong as when we were fighting Timekeeper. Might be a stat issue. Wish that count as a parry.
No. What the
Yeah.
We're dead.
Yeah. Alright. The game generates which enemies hold what when you enter. No matter how times you reset, the enemy will always have that Crusher blueprint. So there was no Tesla coil on it at all. There never was. It never showed up. You thought I was going to, you got ghosted. Fair, fair. How in the world did I get to 2 BC in 107? So what happened there? We did not get Assault Shield for a long time. So even though we had the stuff, we didn't have the goods. And that happens sometimes. You don't have the stuff, but you have the goods. And vice versa. Jeez. Just go here now. We gotta teleport and come back. Now we lost time. Crusher's an excellent drop. Big agree. Really good for if I get to Timekeeper without something. About to say. That poor rat. We saved his life though. It almost gets splat on the bottom, but we saved it. Excellent. I'm gonna jump into a sewer and die. Oh, training room, that's right. We found out last time we don't need this. If it was a little bit stronger to be able to kill bats and toxic sewers, I think it'd be in good shape. Minute 9 to get here. So the reason why we're here is to be able to kill the slasher and get that rune. I believe that is the teleport rune. It's not gonna help me. Where's the electric whips? Okay, let's assume that I will not get anything that I actually want. Didn't we do this exact same thing last time? Where I had to unlock Broadsword and I ended up fighting Conjunctivius with a Broadsword. And not a single wolf trap. I'm pretty sure this is the exact same thing as last time. Yo, that always throws me for a loop. Okay. Probably need that ice grenade. We can use our head to get up there, but now I already feel like I'm too far. That was close. I'm liking this toxic sewers. It's almost like the game kind of wants me to succeed. Maybe not. There we go. Excuse me, pardon me. Give me a skill. Give me a something. Better or worse? Just we can't have that broadsword for Kajunk. Like, guarantee if I keep that broadsword, we are not gonna be able to kill Kajunk again. Which was a huge chunk of our time last time. Here we go. That's what we like to see. Now let me die to this slasher real quick. There we go. Have you ever played Project Zomboid? We actually did with Wholesomeverse Squad. It's a cool game. I don't think I could play something like that solo. Like, that's definitely a very specific gamers kind of game. And like, I don't know, if you look at this game, Dead Cells, and you look at Project Zomboid, I don't know if the skills translate. I knew it. "59 minutes. I guess we may as well do it. So yeah, I like it all the way from the beginning too. We might have to scrap this run. Like, there's too many issues going on. And I guess like from a learning opportunity, we've certainly learned a lot. I know we said last time that the learning piece, maybe I do need this. Is probably about as useful as actually getting the clear. It's just this clear is gonna take us the whole like 3 hours plus. Is a little gross. Definitely not PB material. Appreciate the stream. Yo, thank you, Spectre. Yeah, I'm trying not to get tilted either. Like, I am this close to all F4ing, but not because like it's unfun. I'm definitely having fun. More so like I don't know the value in continuing necessarily, if that makes sense. I forget what was over here, the electric whip. I'm pretty close. We don't have recycle, so the chance of me actually being able to get that extremely slim. I can at least do the slasher with the broadsword while not cursed, then go back. Yeah, that seems a little better. If you're having fun, you should keep going. Yeah, I want to see how I'm gonna spend these cells. That's honestly the most important part in the run for me, is the cell usage. Okay, go back down. How much money do we have? Oh, we have enough. We don't have to be cursed at all. What in the world? Did that slasher drop like $500? That's sick. What was up there? Wolf trap. Look at all the bats. Good kid, Bat City. Legendary assault shield. I'm actually going to take that. So I could wall run. Legendary assault shield does stun on hit, which is a little redundant, but it actually does help me at least a little bit in avoiding damage. And it's a little more damage coming out, just a little bit. Because now I scale off tactic, so a lot of the small fry should be able to die to this. Alright. We needed that for Sepulcher, or else you're not really able to get through Sepulcher. $242 cells. So we're gonna do random bow. Gold reserves. Recycle. And then tubes. It's 150. I keep forgetting that. I swear it's 100 every time. Yo, David, hydration? This is a tilt-free stream. Right now, I'd say the tiltometer probably at a good lime green. Maybe a little unripened, so it's a little yellow, but only a little bit. Bad ramparts. Yeah, we have to smack these every now and then. Yeah, but the slasher's actually stunned up. What's this? Food shop, I think? Oh my god, just go straight to the exit. 5 stats. Do I care? Maybe I don't care. So yeah, Project Zomboid's pretty cool. I've gotten a lot of people saying that I should go back to Terraria. I'm not like 100% sold on that at all. But not gonna lie, I kind of think if I were to play Terraria, I think there's a mod out there, which a lot of people said I should play T-mod, whatever that is. There's a mod called Calamity Mod. Does anyone know what that is? Calamity Mod in Terraria. Second monitor for Wiki. I have a Twitch chat. You'll need a second monitor for Wiki. Chat's your Wiki. Yeah, this is only a 5-stat fight, so like assume we could have done a lot more damage than this. Just assume. Hypothesize, if you will, that more damage could have been possible. It was a good test of endurance. Oh, why did you go with my Sidu? There we go. Yeah, so whatever this Calamity mod is, I assume it's like Giga Hard mode, which I'm all for. I could see myself trying that, even if it's just for our second ever time playing Terraria. No. Yes. Calamity mod is a lot of extra bosses and items. And I guess when you've never seen a single boss in the game, perhaps that's like not exactly what you can do. But I want to believe. What do I even have in there? I have Crusher. I wonder if there's a world where Crusher beats out Wolf Trap. Sinew Slicer. Like maybe you don't need... Well, Sinew's still good. Wolf Trap's still good. I don't know. I feel like the answer is probably no. Crap. Crap. Hooray! Not hooray. That's the opposite of hooray. Why does that not have anything on the door? That's so weird looking. I think I need this. Yes, I need this. It didn't go into the wolf trap. That's messed up. What in the world? If you keep... Hang on. If you keep Sinew and Trap, you can get Bleed synergy on the whip. Right now we would have Slowdown synergy on the whip with Crusher. But I do like the idea, absolutely, of keeping these. And save the other thing for if we actually have no stats. Or no gear. Right now we technically have gear. Checking to see if there's anything else. Looks like a no. We will be going Sepulcher. Because I have actually a good build for it. Time-wise, we're a little over time right now, you know? All we need to do is beat Hand the King in like the next 2 minutes. And we're chilling. Bleed synergy. Rank S. Rank S. I might need the pots pretty soon. Just saying. Whoa, she just yeeted me across the map. Owl check. Dang. I could have used some of those monsters. If you haven't played Terraria, it's better to get familiar with vanilla before you before you hop into Calamity. See, my issue is that if I were to hop back into Terraria, I'm gonna need to do it in a way that, like, I will never have to play Terraria again. Wow. That's bad. Gotta kill this. I don't know how that didn't kill me. Pretty sure my foot was in that. Same thing with Hollow Knight. The way how we played Hollow Knight was we did a 17% speed run. And is that how you're supposed to play Hollow Knight? Absolutely not. But do I have to play Hollow Knight again? Nope. That was uninstall percent. I want to do the same thing for Terraria, and if that's Calamity mod, then we know what we need. We know what we need to do. The material's already there. We just got to perform. You suck at Warm Snow, can't beat second boss. Do you mean the pig boss? Or do you mean Tsukiyomi? The lady. A little close. I guess I had bats in front of me. I probably need to trust that bats will show up. Why are they both excellent games? You mean Terraria and Hollow Knight? I mean, okay, I won't say they are not games. I will at least sign off on that part. I don't know, I kind of like the idea of playing the game the way the viewer doesn't want it to be played. B, you're gonna miss out on everything that makes this game what it is. That's my whole goal. Alright, got some health back. Oops. Light? Light me? Yaga me light? That is... I didn't get to see what it was. That's fine. Owl check? Oh yeah, we won't get Owl now because we know that the freaking blueprint was a shield. Alright. Let's get out. Head into Timekeeper. No more Distillery, by the way. Distillery is banned. I think technically I could go Distillery right now. Do I go Distillery? I think it's too dangerous. Okay, so we need this. We need this. Needs kind of a strong word. Should probably have drank into the transition room and then gotten that a little bit faster. Yeah, if there's... I'm trying to think of the other games that people have been asking for. Older stuff, really. Ooh, I didn't think she'd turn around like that. Please walk into my wolf trap. Thank you. So I would say this might be the low scroll count talking. Just to say that. And that's a big maybe. Maybe there's a scroll count issue. Maybe. If I had bleeding causes poisoning, we'd be fine. I think one of those might have been better. But yeah, between those, I don't really get a ton of suggestions for stuff anymore. Because I want to say I probably have covered most of the stuff people want to see. In terms of like other games and older games. It's fine. I don't know why that door is not open. So yeah, if anything, I'd say the next time I played Hollow Knight, we've been doing the roguelike draft. And we used to have Hollow Knight on that. But we decided to take it off. Because the only way I would play Hollow Knight would probably be a Steel Soul, I think it's called. Permadeath. And then you just go for as long as you can. And then uninstall promptly after. Dang. That's for me not going into the spikes. Please. For a moment. We're dead. Very unfortunate that my shield went to the left. That was a an input, like, mechanical mistake. What about Hollow Knight do I not like? I think it's just a little bit of a resident sleeper. If you're not doing some kind of challenge. Yo, my mechanics are like kind of scuffed right now. What I mean by that, if you have someone playing the game through for the first time, and you know that they have knowledge about some games, a lot of times when you go into a game blind, this is the right way. It's probably not. Not even probably, it's actually not. I feel as though you get to an unfortunate spot where like maybe you don't care to see Hollow Knight again. I think Dark Souls has that very often. And Bloodborne. Where unless you're like a Souls person, you've probably seen Bloodborne and Dark Souls 50 times already. So to see it one more time, where it's not a challenge or something like that, I feel like that's... I need this. Sometimes that gets a little tough. Will I play Silksong? Yes, I will play Silksong. I can confirm that. Maybe I should have kept the cells, but I should be able to kill a Hand the King like this. Famous last words. Oh, right. Scam shop. Of course. So that means... yeah, the exit's actually back where I was. It's no good way to go up that. Can't wall run. The lack of wall run is like so evident. Tried to get an owl just then. There's so many. I can't help myself. They gotta go. And not an owl in sight. Okay, we're gonna grab this. Plus 13. Not very attractive number. 122. Might be able to get sub 3, maybe. I don't remember what happened in 3BC. Didn't need to go into that. That caused like the major time delay. We have one health pot. You know what I should have done? I should have bought the cudgel that was in the shop. But maybe we can still get at least a little bit of something. And the king can't be stunned, but a couple of assault dashes on the attacks. Maybe we'll drop poison. We'll be able to see if the legendary bombs are fixed. I don't know if a single one of those hit. 30%. So we'll know for sure if it works based off the damage Hand the King takes. No, I think it got fixed. Pretty sure he would have gotten decimated just then. Please jump. Why are you not jumping? Jeez. Okay. We're in there. Sorry, I can't read chat right now. If it wasn't for the fact that I lost my YOLO and like all the health pots, I wouldn't mind reading a little bit. Reading is fundamental. There we go. Yeah, almost not worth doing the assault shield. Like forced legendary. Yo, he almost still set me off. All right. 16 stat. Oh, 16 minutes over. Such a gamer, you need the extra challenge. It's more so like, I just don't want people to get bored. Like during a regular run of Hollow Knight. Like it has to be either a randomizer or something. That's why I was saying Steel Soul might be the way to go. People have made multiplayer mods even. That could be kind of interesting, I suppose. All right, so we need to go to Conjunctivius. That's what happened. The last time we had 3BC, we ended up missing Conjunct. We went to Concierge by mistake. All right, we have tubes. No assault shield, feels bad. All right. So we're going back to Ramparts, but we need to kill Conjunctivius while we're there. So by the time I get to Conjunctivius, I need whatever is gonna help me get the kill. Oh my god. What is this? Where are they sending me? I was about to say, is that a curse? A little faster movement. Should use the teleporter. Okay, so I'll say the tiny map, tiny UI, got me just now. Because I wasn't entirely sure which way to go for a hot second. That Rampager not gonna chase me? I mean, I'm not complaining. Oh my god. Why not keep the whip over the kunai? It's a little easier for me to swing it while I'm going. Will I want kunai for later? I mean, will I want the whip for later? Absolutely. I am trusting the game to give me stuff. Like, will this thing kill Conjunctivius? Probably not. Save our money. I trust the game. The game knows. Could have done dual wielding. Oh, that was a good idea. Since we don't have assault dash, we may as well utilize our other stuff. But sometimes it's nice to have a regular shield for something like the Rampagers. Is Electric Whip really good? It's... Remember, this is a fresh save speedrun. So we only have so much stuff for us. That's an example of something that I just have to use. I got stuck. Do I need that elite? Kinda do, but I assume we'll get elites later. How's the new League of Legends champ? Is it broken? You mean the girl with the whip? Because I actually, not gonna lie, have not played the new champ Even the eel or the stingray. Viel, I think her name is. I haven't played that either. I'm supremely out of the loop. This is possibly required. To beat Conjunctivius. I probably should have kept what I had. That way I can clear the curse and then go backwards for the Twin Dagger. Sick Elite. Alright, looking good. Why is the UI so small? Because when you're streaming and speedrunning, you're not allowed to cover up certain parts of the screen. So because of that, I lowered the UI so I'm not covering up too much of the screen with my own camera. I'm not willing to turn my camera off, which is a me issue, has nothing to do with speedrunning. Nice. So like, it just has to be on the screen, but with all the other stuff, it's kind of tough. Is it a new Riot Games mommy? No, the new character is extremely modest. Which is probably good to see nowadays from Riot Games and any other gaming company. Even the Manta Ray lady, also pretty modest for a monster character. That's also feminine. From gaming standards, that is. I was just talking about this with someone the other day about Zenless Zone Zero and how all of the like anthropomorphic animals that you can play in the game, they're all men. But the women are definitely not that in a gacha game. So like, yeah, I'm all for having stuff be at least different. I don't really need this. Did I find the T? We did not get the Thesis? Yo. The 3090. It's cooking right now. No, I'm not playing mobile. I lowered the size of the UI so that I don't block the UI with my camera. Ow. It's like being able to do that while a Rampager's chasing you, I feel is kind of nice. Get destroyed. It didn't get destroyed, it actually lived. Oh my god, I did it again. Every single time. What happens if I alt F4? Every single time in 3BC, I don't go to Conjunctivius. And I don't know, like, what do I need on my screen to allow me to not do that again? Like, I need post-it notes all over my monitor to ensure that every single time we go to Conjunctivius. Can you do retry? Not at all. Like, I'm pretty sure it's already locked in. Like, as soon as you go through the transition, like, it saves on the spot. You know what would stop me from doing this is if I just go to time check. 9:27. Well, all of our progress is gone, and I didn't spin those cells either. But basically, if I were to just go to Mama Tick, that would never happen. But I know the Mamatic route can also be very, very evil. You tried sticking notes on the monitor, it didn't work. There's gotta be a secret out there. I refuse to believe I should just memorize it. And you would think it's not like a ton of time. Oh, can I do this? I've always wanted to check. Unlucky. If I can like bypass going down there. Oh my god. Look at all this. Be a great time for a blueprint to show up. Holy crap, this is a big prison quarters. This thing's still going. All right. Boom, boom, boom. How do you get through the biome so easily? I'm speedrunning. Like, definitely don't assume that this is how, like, you should be playing Dead Cells. As a matter of fact, I would say the opposite. This is how you should probably not be playing the game as a new player, because you're losing out on cells, you're losing out on blueprints that drop. You're losing out on learning what the actual monsters do. I'm only playing this way because I'm speedrunning. When I regularly play this game, it's not like this. Very good question, though. Very good question. And even then, like, we'll still make mistakes here and there. Like, the fact that I didn't go to Conjunctivius, that's a mistake. Back it up, back it up. See ya, suckers. Hold those bombs for me. When you already beat the hardest, you try to play easier. It becomes harder. You mean when you lower the difficulty? After playing on hard difficulties, all of a sudden, low difficulty is hard again? I'd say it's probably, like, I don't think you're wrong. Definitely hard for a different reason, and it's actually, like, difficult. How much time did I lose? If I were to say, I'd maybe give it 8 minutes or so, but now we're definitely not beating that number on the screen. What do I need? We need some way to beat Conjunctivius. We still haven't gotten that yet. Yo, Badger, good to see you. Yeah, disclaimer. In the top left, do not attempt if you're a new player. Walmart is looking to get into game streaming. You mean you buy the game from Walmart and it streams to your device, right? We're not talking about a streaming app so that people at Walmart can see you play the game. Though, to be fair, if I could have people at Walmart literally see me play Dead Cells via some, like, remote feed, I'd do it. Like, if you're standing in line because there's only 3 cashiers in the entire Walmart, and there's 20,000 people in line, and they have TVs set up, I need that balance blade. Holy crap, I need that. Alright. I can't get these stupid monsters off the legendary. It knows. Alright. Yo, that's my exit too. 8 tactics. Let's try to get to 10 and then we leave. The Walmart version of Twitch? Only if it actually is shown at my local Walmart. Though the only issue with that is if you end up having like people know that you go to that Walmart. Let's say for example it's showing reruns. And like all of a sudden you see me playing some Doki Doki Literature Club at Walmart. I can't do the challenge trip, it's gonna take too long. We have to literally leave. And like now I'm known at my local Walmart as the Doki Doki guy. I don't know if I am good for that. Thank you, Nano. This might be root grenade. Remember, like we gotta utilize and flex our cells in a way that would kill the boss. So root grenade, wolf trap, balance blade. Like get trapped. It did not get trapped. Interrupt. Nice. I don't know a Walmart. Walmart Doki Doki does not seem child friendly. How is it not child friendly? Isn't it just like a not really a romance game? Isn't that basically what it is? Dang, it didn't go in the trap. If it went in the trap, we might have gotten the skip. You don't want to spoil, it's dark. Anime moment. He doesn't know. He doesn't know. No, I don't know. I don't know if I want to know. No offense, my Doki Doki fans. He doesn't know. Alright. Slumbering Sanctuary. That definitely helped us out. Obviously, we're still gonna be over time, but we try to play through in a good manner. I think that's better versus Hand of the King and Timekeeper. He doesn't know. Weeks, good to see you. The first thing you see when you play the game is a warning not to play the game if you're depressed. Doesn't, there's another game. Starts with an O, I think? It's a 2D pixel, almost like a what? Like a Undertale looking game. Omori, yeah, that's the one. I think that's another game that has a warning on it like that. Yo, you all know your anime games. That's sick. Bruh button? Why in the world did I get hit? Let's try to save those. Oh, I can't wall run. There's no way. Oh, we avoided it. See, this is why we... Well, I guess root grenade would do the same thing, right? Please don't die. Don't die before I get this. Alright, we're in there. Let's go back and collect these monsters real quick. Oh my god, I knew it. Was that alien always there? I don't remember there being an alien there. And I know me some aliens. I have a subscription to Discovery Plus. I know ancient aliens when I see them. Like, ain't no way that alien was there. Don't insult me like that. I only know Doki Doki because of YouTube. Same with Omori. It's not an insult. You all have gaming knowledge. Look at my bets! SaveTheBats.com. No. Did we learn our lesson, chat? Yo, it actually tried to attack me through the wall. That thing's scary. Yeah, it's not an insult. As a matter of fact, it's a compliment. You know your games. If we put you in a competition like we had with me and Rhapsody, you'd be able to nail all of them. Okay. Not a good time to be cursed, by the way. Part of me wants to take that for the initial golem that shows up. We do have the ice. Might be okay. I managed to kill Pig. Let's go. There we go, Speedy. Yeah, I've seen a lot of people die to Pig. Like, I wouldn't even consider, like, oh crap, I'm dying to this boss. Not normal. Wow. Peace out. We got what we needed. We can probably get something here. Not great. Get these freaking banks out of here. Who's Pig? Pig is the second boss in Warm Snow. Scroll of the Pig. Right after Scroll of Wolf. Okay, so I don't think we go that way. Though, I don't know if it means that the ceiling thing means that there's key potential. And if you don't see ceiling thing, then you can't go that way. Even if there's a teleporter. Oh yeah, I can wall run now. Crap. Found the exit. But I thought there was a ceiling doohickey. Yeah, aren't these ceiling doohickeys? Why would the exit be there? Do I need this? No. Yeah, I'm gonna have to review the footage. I don't know why that has an exit. We would have to know, like, at what point do the ceiling doohickeys count and when do they not? The wires in the ceiling, we can call them. Can you please stop chasing me? Kinda have to, right? Like, the ice grenade was a contingency. It's only there in the event that we don't actually see Sinew Slicer. And we still have Crusher. Actually, there is a world where we go Crusher here over Sinew. Though, as I said, we should wait for it to actually be an issue. Yeah, I actually played Warm Snow offline because someone submitted it for roguelike draft. And it had so much fun because we beat 2BC for the first time. I won't say any spoilers, but I decided to go back and try the next difficulty. And I almost died, but we happened to pull it out. So now, like, I kind of like Warm Snow again. Not that I never disliked it. But if a roguelike draft scenario happened right now, and someone picked Warm Snow, I'd be kind of geeked. Kinda geeked. Alright, should be good. If I can still get sub 3 hours with, like, this bad a time, there's no way. There's absolutely no way. Oh, we can beat our time because we had a bad concierge. That's right. Maybe it is possible. Rooted damage? When you play offline, do you catch yourself commentating? No. But I have been trying to record offline for my future roguelike ASMR channel. Just so I have the footage. Yeah, remember she does spin around. Please go in my trap. V, you make Warm Snow and Dead Cells look easy. I don't know about Warm Snow. I get blasted in that game a lot of times. Sick. Preserve the no-hit, please, V. My money's on the line. My precious V-Bucks. There we go. Has the community ever turned you off from playing a game? You mean like the overall community of the game itself? Not really me playing with my own stream. But you mean other people. If that's the case, Dark Souls 3 got me real close towards the very end. Because that's where I started probably dying the most. Is that better than Wolf Trap? I don't think it is. But what if you... No, because I don't really think it does anything against Hand the King. Like, it doesn't get knocked off the platform, which is really nice. But I actually think he ignores the root grenade for the most part. So Dark Souls, like, it was good for 99% of the gameplay, but not much after. What's the special effects on Balance Blade? Move speed after a crit. If only I could hit monsters with basic attacks in a speedrun, but I cannot. I'm gonna just do this so I don't have to walk through the Rampager. Are we saving cells for anything? They're basically... The way how I'm seeing the cells right now, they're a flex. Not to say flex as in flexing our muscles. Flex as in like... So in competitive games, your flex pick is your pick that you can kind of like manipulate what it's gonna be doing. Perhaps outside of normal standards. So it's our flex pick in a way that if I have no gear, by the time I get to Concierge, for example, I will spend cells to guarantee I have a weapon. What's up there? Another Balance Blade. This is fine. So for example, there was one run where I had only ice shards as my only weapon. And I was going into Concierge. And I was like, okay, like, I'm not gonna spend the cells. I got greedy. So what I should have done... What I should have done was spent the cells on Ice Crossbow. That way we guarantee the kill on Concierge. We don't waste the time. Do I want that scroll? Shouldn't need it. We don't waste the time. And then we just have to opt out of the Ice Crossbow later. So like right now, if I did not have... Though to be fair, I could swerve into Spike Shield if I wanted. Yeah, so we'll show this as an example. So let's say that I really had no faith in what I'm doing right now. I could spend 5 to unlock Spike Shield just so I can kill Hand of the King. Now there is like a double-edged sword there where because I'm unlocking a weapon, it is now in the queue for later. So now it's gonna be like one weapon harder to find the Assault Shield, but it could mean the difference between being able to kill this and not. Now, a lot of the builds that we're running are going to be tactics builds. So for me to get like full value out of the survival version of this, probably Slim. But still, it's a nice flex. Though now that I say it, it does kind of feel like, I mean, yes, I have cells to burn, I'm not gonna use them. That's not the kind of flex I'm talking about. But I don't know what else to call it. Like, that's the term I know it as. Flex as in flexible. Yeah. There we go. I actually do kind of like the boss HP bar. It does actually look kind of fun that way. All right, we're in 4 BC. We're 10 minutes over. We actually saved ourselves 7 minutes. Like, assuming that the other run was 17 over and this one's only 12 over. Definitely could have been worse. So if we take 20 minutes to beat both 4 BC and 5 BC, then we're good. Thank you, Nano. Sales for the retirement fund. 204. And we're gonna get even more. Now we may want to consider hard restarting if we do not get a good tube. I think this is fine. It's no assault shield, but at least we have some kind of move speed. Please. No. Oh my god. Maybe I do restart. You know, I thought it would actually stop me. Who's gonna stop me, huh? Alright, TIO. Legendary? Not in my dead cells. Not me with a legendary. And that's actually why I don't mind unlocking too many things, because some of these legendaries are actually kind of good. Just got that out of the way. Do I go survival? No, that can't be right. Survival? We're fighting against the giant? No. We have to go tactics. Though we would have a shield? I don't think I have another shield in the kit. Root grenade? I think you have to. Like, super tempting, but I don't know if I would have anything besides this legendary symmetrical lance to kill the giant. Stars down here somewhere. Very, very low. What? No. It's not worth. Just keep the symmetrical. Am I missing a scroll? Now there's too many legendaries. I don't know what to take. Some kind of mod for this UI. This is assist mode, so I do have it manually turned down. It's in video settings. You can go down to 50% UI. That seems to be the lower limit. Though I wouldn't be surprised if we could find a way to like go into the game files and get it even lower than this. But then again, you could also play with no UI at all, which I'm sure is not copacetic for the speedrun. What shop was that? Is that a skill shop? We have to start looking, yeah. We have to start looking at these to ensure there's no assault shields. Yeah, I didn't know it existed until, well, I knew it existed, but I've never actually tried it until today. Oh wow, I'm 10 minutes over. $10 minutes, 10 seconds over. All right, again, we have to go to Conjunctivius. We can't forget. No UI challenge seems it could be fun. I like the idea of it. And not to toot my own horn, I almost worry that we won't get like the true benefit of it. I think I might be able to tell when my HP is low. Also, when the character's too low, he starts bleeding. So like, yeah, if you start bleeding, just use the health pot, V. I can't see. Chat, I don't know what my HP bar is. V, you're bleeding. Your organs are actually coming out. I can't tell. Do I chug? I almost feel like it's more of a chat integration thing so that you all don't know how much HP I have. Goodbye. Just a prank. A rare prank. There's a scroll all the way down there. Are you kidding me? I have to get it. I'm in 4 BC. Does the beheaded have organs? That's a body. Is it his organs? That's a different question. But yeah, there's a body there. There's a body hit the floor. Guess I didn't really have to fight that, but the amulet's nice. Remember when we used to get assault shields? I remember. Yeah, see, I instantly unlocked this spike shield, and now the spike shield is what showed up. Oh, wait. I should have teleported. My bad. You hit me, you're toxic. Alright, we got some nice people. I like it, I like it. Alright, we gotta go conjunct. Real question, where's the real head of the beheaded? I won't answer that. I think it's actually in the game. Interesting. I think they do have a location for that. No one spoil it unless Fabe actually asks to be spoiled. Fabe, do you want to know? Yes. No, wait for Fabe though. It's on his shoulders. I guess it's not like super duper spoiler, but if you want to see it yourself. Finish the game, we see it at any some point. I mean, does it outright say that it is your head? No. It's for the player to decide if that's your head or not. I was gonna say, we got a bad rampart. Oh my god, they're so loud. They're madge. There's actually a lot of cool lore opportunities game-wise. I'm excited when they come out with their next DLC, if any. And they look to explore some of the options. And they may not. They may say, no, we just want to play a roguelike with action. We don't really want story right now. Yeah, you got enough story from Queen. Yeah, there's an axe. Is that a legendary? No. There's an axe in prison quarters that the character says that's a big axe, and it's like, I hate that thing or something like that. Says it in a way. This is the very first axe in the beginning. We're not saying where the head is, we're just explaining that the head is gone. Holy crap. Okay, so that's our exit. The wolf trap should be pretty good for Kajunk. See if we can get to 10 tactics. Nice, nice. Hopefully this is enough to kill. I honestly think I can go a little farther. Even further beyond. Unlucky. Come on, game. I know you have at least one tactic scroll waiting for me. I was about to say, maybe you could do a cheeky Nerves of Steel? I don't think so. Alright. So from here, we want to go Graveyard. My build is like, it's okay for Graveyard if I want to fight everything. I just don't have the Assault Shield yet. Okay, good. Groot damage, maybe we leave it. Alright. I need a clean no-hit on this boss, even though I don't know if I get the no-hit and I get like an electric whip, if I want to drop my sword or not. Do you think the B-head has kids? I would love for that to be a thing. This is no good. It's not going in my wolf trap. Oh, there we go. That's what we like to see. Nice little phase skipperino. Still want to preserve the no-hit. Love to see it. That was close. All right, one more. Oh my god, it wasn't worth it! I thought I had the parry. I guess I get hit by that anyway. It's not going in the trap. What if I stand like right here? God. Oh my god. Freaking bull crap. Remember, we just have to get to the giant. I think I'm going to get a potion. I feel like potion good right now. Tired of playing Dead Cells lately? I might come back at some point. Yarzy, can you tell us what you are playing? I love to know. Maybe you're playing, maybe you're in Cult of the Lamb waiting room, just like me. Yeah, that's like a fake way for me to get a health flask, I think. Because I think we go back up to 2. Yo, viewer build, survival, dual binding, frost blast, and ice shards. Oh, but you left out the skills. Yeah, definitely let us know what the skills are supposed to be. Eternal Return Black Survival? The Battle Royale? Featuring the summer outfits? Featuring Fiora? That plays just like Fiora in League of Legends? Yep. I think I have maybe 20 hours in herbs, is what we call it. I actually really like it. I did not use my draft choice. Someone tell me one, and I'll ask for it. Are you sure you didn't do your draft? Oh my god. I thought I was gonna get hit by that. Yeah, the whole list is at ! draft if you need a refresher. I hope this is good enough to kill the giant. Maybe swap off the wolf trap, bring in Crusher. Like, is it easy to hit the giant with a symmetrical lance? No. But it does actually hit eventually. That's our exit. 14. I can't leave without all the scrolls. We have map reveal too, which is really good. Your main character is Chloe. Is Chloe the one with the eye patch? Chat, don't ask me how I know that. Up. There's actually nothing up here? I was about to say, please no box, please no box. Guess I have to go up top. Okay, that's the full build. Fabi, I'd rather give you a refund on that, and then you could submit it the right way. So just give me a second to get into the cavern, and then we'll hook you up with a refund. No map reveal. What am I missing map-wise? Is there just a ton down at the bottom? And no food shop? It can't be that tiny left-hand side. It's not. Okay. So we gotta leave. Crap. Can V actually submit the speedrun this time? No. Like, I don't know if you were here for the whole thing, Yarzi. But there are multiple reasons why this cannot be submitted. Probably like 4 reasons, maybe 5. Matter of fact, I'm pausing the timer right now. This is probably a reason that this is not able to be submitted. All right. So Fabe, just copy that text. We're gonna give you the refund. You may have to refresh your stream and then just try it again. Okay, I have 2 scrolls. Is there anything else to help me get through this map? I could even go like Ice Shard's Boomerang, but I feel really, really bad damage-wise. Probably have to reset that. Would love a new shield. $6,000. We still have YOLO. When will we see our streamer top 5 in Dead Cells 0 to 5 BC? Time? That's a good question. I very much like the question. I would like it to happen. That's the answer. I would like it to happen. I just need to get to a point where I can consistently get through a run without making mistakes. I'd say right now our worst issue with the run itself is literally just making mistakes. Like not going to the right map. Dying, of course, is a big mistake. Not spinning cells correctly is another one. Odd. Gross. Oh my god, if I aggroed that... I'm wholly anticipating like a box elite at some point. The worst part about this build for this is that I can't kill these. Like, I don't have anything that would actually get the demon out of the sky. And if I get hung up on a monster trying to run by it, that can also be really bad. So here's our exit, but we know for a fact 17 is not enough to kill the giant. 20 sometimes not even enough. What is this? This is just a legendary check. Very dangerous legendary check. I can't do it. I already messed up. Might be worth. Why not do the giant earlier for the skip? So that is an option. We used to do that as well. It means you have to go through ancient sewers, I believe. And ancient sewers is not a very enjoyable map for speedrunning. I got loot. Dang. So they blocked my path going down. $19. I might need that. The tonic. It wasn't worth it. Jeez. The tonic was just there to try to get us away to do something that's not Wolf Trap. Okay, we got the map reveal. There's one scroll. Can't bank on food because I can't kill anything. Oh my god! I don't need that. I swear, I don't need it. We're at 21. I do need it. There's another scroll fragment. All right. Oh, that shield. It's too expensive. All right, we get the scroll fragment, we peace out. This is looking like Rise of the Giant right now. OG. No nerfs. Big agree. All right. Well, this is gonna be a good test. Can we actually kill the giant with a legendary symmetrical lance? I think this is very worth attempting. Tonic over Crusher. Tonic so we don't die. I just wish I had a shield, which I do not. No money either. All right. V reminded me of one of the episodes from SpongeBob where he needed water, but said, I don't need it, and then said, I need it. Classic episode. Okay, those are chunks. That's actually very good. Damage-wise. I'm not using my Cinder Slicer by mistake. You can almost never land the first attack. I actually pressed the button. Worth? Oh, I missed it! What's my Senu aiming at? Do you all see that? Was it aiming at the fist that's in the air? That hurt. Is he supposed to charge? That seems wrong. Missed it again. All right, that's fine. +9. Winnable. We only need to beat 5 BC in 30 minutes. Okay, so last time we didn't do Giant Killer. 200 cells. Yeah. Last time we didn't use the Giant Killer at all, so I don't know if there's value in actually depositing it, because chances are I'm just going Boomerang. My dream is to see Giant stand up. Yo, Giant Prime. Next patch. Is it next patch Boss Rush? I can't say for sure, but yo, if there was ever a time to add Giant Prime, it would be then. Okay. We got 0 cells to our name. We're struggling again. That is a sick box. All right, we're out. We out. Just give me the move speed. Do this to reset the mob. I need a scroll. Crusher would be really good versus Spoiler too. Oh, this is better. No, Cudgel's better, actually. Boss Rush Fall 2022. So my assumption for Fall 2022 would be November. Still missing a scroll. It's right behind me! Faye, welcome, welcome. Happy to have you here. I had to wait. Am I gonna get boxed? If I get boxed, I think I lose. Okay, we're fine. Yeah, go. Good luck with the run. Thank you, Yarcy. Like I said, as long as we get a win here, even if it's not sub 3, I'm kind of okay with it. There's a good use for extra cells. Sacrifice cells for a screen clear. Oh, you mean just like there's a button you can press, almost like a superpower. And maybe you choose the power almost like an aspect, and you just spend cells to activate it, to go Super Saiyan even. Clear the screen. Maybe one to give you iframes. Maybe one could like slow down time. Maybe one like could make you invisible. Maybe just get every single aspect and put those on. Cool ideas. I'm still in the camp of let me spend my cells to make the game unnecessarily, possibly unbeatably hard. Bruh. I think Tonic saved me. I'm still at 63, wow. A lot of things chasing me right now. Could smell it. Really just the closest thing I could think of is Rogue Legacy 2. I mean, for those who don't know, this game was kind of modeled after Rogue Legacy 2 a bit. Wow. Like, it took a lot of inspiration from that game. So to have, like, infinite scaling based off of cells used, I think it fits. I just have to make the character stronger too, so we don't just be unwinnable. I guess Hades kind of has that, where if you do enough heat, very high chances that the run is going to be basically unwinnable. And we don't want that. I want, for example, you spend cells to make all enemies have 50% more HP. But you also have a 50% legendary drop rate. What a good guy! He just turned the nozzle off just for me. Yeah, see, this is a situation where if I don't get a weapon for a concierge, I have to unlock something. Oh, let's count it out. So if it's ice, no, if it's boomerang, boomerang's 100. Ice crossbow is 80. We have to leave here with a weapon. Are monsters programmed to not hit you on elevators? The striker will charge it up. I think some enemies don't. And I bet some enemies have the ability to do so. Awful. Like the runner, I think, is always looking to reacquire a target. Got killed. We need cells. Okay, this kunai is doing jack squat. Like, if he can't kill a bat, that's a problem. Is this what 5BC feels like? I thought I did damage. He doesn't know. He doesn't know I don't know how to deal damage. Found our exit, funny enough. No way we leave. Yeah, as much as I would love checking out that vid, Merlin, I'd probably have to mod check it first. But what do you mean by learn more in Dead Cells? What's this person? Which is all fine. Like, I am all for people helping each other out. But what kind of stuff is in there to help people out? To help folks who need it? Please give me the shop. Oh, how Dead Cells was made. The one that's like showing that it was a... I think this is a food shop. Yeah. Showing how it used to be a tower defense game. Unlucky. I did need that for concierge though, so still worth. 66. Yeah, it's definitely cool stuff. And the dev who, like the first dev, Sebastian, who did Dead Cells, like he's actually made another small game. It's a firefighter game. I didn't think we were done. I thought there was more map left. I haven't gotten a chance to play it. But obviously, like, we know the dev knows quality. It was just cool to think that they have another product out there waiting. Right now we're begging. Okay, so there's our scroll. There's no other shop. I'm gonna be at 10 tactics, which is on par. It's just our weapons suck, so I might have to get an early boomerang. I'm only at 69. We won't have enough. This is awful. 72. All right, if I can get 8 scrolls. Of course, I love 8 scrolls. If I could get 8 cells, then Buster will love me again. That doesn't give souls. Didn't have to dodge roll, but there is a food shop. Oh no, we don't have enough. I think it's $4,000. I need 2 cells. Just 2. Someone has to have 2 cells. That's not exactly what we had in mind when we asked for cells. Do cells not exist? Did they remove cells from the game? I know these aren't all fake monsters. At least one of these monsters has to be real. Oh my god, it dropped Acrobatic Pack. You gotta be kidding me. I literally need one cell. I got it. Yeah, you're supposed to get tons, I know. It's like not working. My 5BC is bugged. Alright. Literally no way I can do this. With just the kunai, I feel. I know this is not exactly what you want to do in a speed run, but I don't think we have a choice. Or else we're gonna run into the same situation where it takes us 10 minutes to kill Concierge. We're like 20 minutes till Dub City. Okay. Just chill for a bit. Should be done. Oh my god, you gotta be kidding me. This is so bad. This is the most cursed thing. So as you all can tell, like the run is already in the garbage can. So this is purely from a learning experience. We're gonna take all of our knowledge back. We're gonna respect that attack from now on. Interesting. I expected the resistance to pop in. Seems to wear off very quickly. My god, it almost happened again. Okay. You can feel the lack of kill rhythm. There we go. All right. Magic bow. So I think we're gonna keep the ice crossbow for a little bit. This would be a great time to have backpack, but we only have so many cells to go through. Go conjunct instead. I guess if I was going to do ice crossbow, then there is a scenario where you could have gone conjunct instead. Conjunct means I have to go through some other kind of ugly maps, which is essentially Graveyard. I think Graveyard's faster than Slumbering. You know what we need to do? When we kill Timekeeper, I need to check how many cells that I deposit into the Legendary Forge. And I should probably try a run where we don't spend anything in Legendary Forge. Really, this speed run kind of comes down to knowledge and multiple runs. Something dropped. Like, I think there's a little bit of a lack of knowledge on how everything works, especially around spending cells. What a box. Holy crap. That's a gamer. That's a gamer. Rare gamer moment. Oh, I gotta go giant. So I actually have to replace this. $6,000? I have to go into all of these. We're missing shots, Pierce, which is really bad. Oh my god, I should have healed. Legendary? Is that another twin dagger? It's gotta be a twin dagger. Yeah. I kinda want this. Okay, maybe not worth. Do we take the legendary twin dagger though? Oh my god. This is terrible. Can I like fight over here? Is that an option? Okay. Oh, we're back. Let me out. I just want to leave. Roll by, jump up. But it's like if you roll by, you miss the top. Okay, you have to stop on the dime, and then you're fine. Okay. There's just so much. So much junk. It's all junk. Take a deep breath. I'm fine. It's the monsters that are not fine. They have no chill. Yeah, that's where I mess up. Like, I roll through, and then I end up missing the actual jump upward. Maybe you go up. Okay. See, that's the no chill. Why is there... Breathe. Breathe. The monsters aren't real. They can't hurt you. We're looping them like it's Dead by Daylight. That lasted forever. Okay. Now then. Now that all of that is over. Couple scrolls. I think there's a rampager camping this. It's a demolisher. Taco Bell break. That actually sounds really good, but we have actual dinner tonight. Okay. Scroll, food shop, and we're good. We can leave in peace. Or in pieces. Whichever comes first. Oh my god, I aggroed it too. Please. Oh, they don't box. I was gonna say, please be a box. Please put me in my coffin. Taco Bell is not dinner. I'm saying that we already have dinner. So I wouldn't go to Taco Bell when I have a nice thing of food waiting for me. Now, if I had, you know, just infinite funds to do something like that, sure. Am I going sepulcher? No. No, we need to go sepulcher. We have to for the skip. Okay. So now we're probably over 3 hours to win, but it's fine. We learned a lot of good lessons today. And I feel like just getting the motions, you can basically think of it as you're learning with save states to go through Elden Ring. Very, very necessary. That's kind of strong. Wonder if there's a world where that's better than the Twin Dagger. Unlock 9 more items? Nothing's cheap. Yeah, that could be like a potential extra health potion. Do that. Everything else is fine. Yeah, like I said, I've been watching other people speedrun other games. Just trying to get like the mental fortitude that they have. Because I always get worried about being able to, you know, keep up with chat and stuff like that. But to be honest, a lot of people going for like world record pace only really read during the transition areas. No. Very, very tempting. Like they're in the zone. Just as much as I should be. Where am I going? Definitely thought I could jump that. I couldn't roll right because we don't know the timing between the failed experiment and then the crab dash. A little bit of a miscalculation. If you redo it enough times, a win has to happen. Oh, that's like better. It's not AoE. For some reason, I thought it wasn't going to be that much stronger than the electric whip. What's your take on $20 skins in games? I'm okay with it. So long as there's an option to get it for free somehow, I'm okay with it. Like, no matter what level of grind or luck, or if it's on like a rotation, let's say that the current $20 skins do not show up, but in the next season, they are available. That's okay too. I want devs to make money. Like, I don't want them to be predatory, but I do want my devs to make money so I can enjoy their games. And they can make a sequel. That's why I always buy the DLCs for Dead Cells. That's a star down there, and I don't know how to get to it. Let's reset this. Yo, Enigma. Boom.
Hey, V. Good luck on the shaving off those seconds.
Thank you. We're probably not shaving anything off this segment because there were a lot of deaths, but I do appreciate the encouragement. Oh my god, I'm getting shot at before I even spawn in it. Appreciate it, appreciate it. Getting followed by some nasty stuff. Don't need that elite. A little bit of error prevention. Yo, back to back to back to back. Please stop chasing me. If I were a key, I gotta get the scroll too. Wow. Devs need money, but what would you call Star Citizen? Now, the only thing I know of Star Citizen is the game itself. I don't know if it's a free-to-play game. I don't know what their like monetization story is. What do they do for money in Star Citizen? I know it's a space, essentially RP game. I don't know if it's an insult to call it RP game, but you can basically do anything. I always wanted to try things like that and Elite Dangerous, but I never had the rig to do it. Might be able to now, but back in the day, I definitely couldn't run the game. Oh my god, what a bullet. I'm in food. All right, looking good, looking good. Unfortunately, Root Grenade does actually jack squat on the giant, but all I really need is my shield and my Twin Dagger, famous last words. Is there a strat to go Brutality and use Pan? So I want to say yes, but the issue with the Panchaku is that in like higher BCs, I guess. Well, really the issue with Brutality as well is that you just don't have skills. You have grenades and you have the... Probably should have upgraded. No, I think it's already upgraded. You have skills, and that's really it. Said you have skills twice. Sorry, let me reset my brain. So you have Sinew Slicer, and you have grenades. And that's basically it. Twin Dagger ain't really hitting like it should. But I think it's mostly because I didn't reset it. Nice, but that's still gonna get its attack off. Yeah. Why is it shooting the wrong way? This would be a good time to unlock the spike shield as a colorless option. YOLO's gone. War of attrition. Yeah, basic pan from shop. I get it. I'd say the biggest issue with brutality is just the lack of skills. Like, you forget that stuff like lacerating aura and all the other really cool options, knife dance, etc. We just don't have access in fresh file. Missed it. The reason why I'm not going to the left side is that it's so much easier to fight on this side. Oh, I didn't get the hit. Dang, you can't mid-drink during that fight. That's painful. So we lost the YOLO like super early. And I wonder, like, if you lose the YOLO that early, maybe this is a scenario where you actually restart. Yeah, you can see the big difference. We're so used to melting the giant. I want to say Twin Dagger increases move speed after crit, so not really giving us like the full benefit of a legendary. Root Grenade does 0 damage because you can't actually snare the giant. So I could break it. It's tough. You've never seen that move before? Be lucky. This is not a nice one. Yeah, like, I would expect those 2 hits to have killed this. The final hit pops. Oh, we're doing bonus damage because I'm full now. See how long that lasts. Yo, this is good practice for the all bosses mode. Boss rush. Rip Sidhu. Dang, I got rejected on my Sinew Slicer. Good to know that the Sinew... Never mind, they can't survive that. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, if the root grenade actually worked, it probably would have killed this. Dang. Do we get it? Okay, we still get it. We'll get the giant killer now, just in case nothing shows up. But as you all can see, that is nasty. Not a lack of stats, but lack of damaging stuff. Probably should have taken out the grenade and put in Crusher. That's my guess. If I ever try VR gaming, yeah, I have a VR setup. I've been wanting to do a couple of things on stream with VR, but I haven't really gotten it all set. At least not yet. Bonus to bleeding. Probably the best I can do. Yeah, that's already the best root grenade it can possibly be. I even have roguelites. I have Cosmo Dread, which is a game where you go through space and like you have to get through different scenarios that are randomized. There's another first-person shooter that's like a Duke Nukem style game that actually looks pretty good. But honestly, all I ever play is Beat Saber. We do a lot of Beat Saber around here. Gonna say, you could just have the arena. Okay, that's not safe. Don't fall for it. Did he one-shot my Sinew Slicer? Oh, I should reset for Vengeance, too. Obviously, if I'm playing the Twin Dagger, we're not getting any benefit from Tranquilo. Oh my god. Maybe I'm not doing damage. I'm pretty sure the last time I got to Hand of the King, it didn't look like this. In 5BC, that is. I'm watching the HP bar. Oh, those are good grenades. Rotate. I shouldn't have gone on that. I want to go to the end. Like, I want to be able to at least get through the 5BC area. But I'm telling you, the tiltation. We exit green at some point. Refund moment. I don't know what color is after green. Yo, my Sinew Slicer can't even survive. If anything, I'm getting a refund on this Twin Dagger. I don't know which is more bait. The Twin Dagger or the Root Grenade? I think the Root Grenade is okay. But it's already not doing damage because he already broke out of it. Yeah, it lasts for maybe like half a second. That was sick. That was 4 swings. I don't know how he does it. I mean, I know how he does it. He goes down, then pops back up, and gets an extra swing out of it. That was pretty good. I'm gonna give it one more try. Because it's getting progressively more cursed. And we're definitely way over the speedrun time. You're kind of proud of noticing the 4 swings? You should be. Because that, your eye is in the mind of Hand of the King. Like, you know everything in Hand of the King's kit. So you know when something's wrong. Yo, Sinew Slicer hit him 2 times. This is so cursed. Fair. I didn't get the parry on that. Okay, that one didn't count because that should have been a parry and I was gonna roll through on the other side. So I can keep DPSing, but for some reason the parry didn't actually land. Too early, too late. I'm gonna say Hand of the King is he's just got it today. I wonder if this is killing my win rate against Hand of the King. I've been trying to get a 90% win rate versus the Hand of the King, but I feel as though this doesn't help. Yo, we can't be fighting in these corners anymore. Okay, that one I actually got hit by. You gotta get out of these corners, Hand. And it's probably my fault because I'm actually pushing him that way. Oh my god, what a terrible spot to be. Concierge gave Hand the King some tips. Toxic. Not you, concierges. Good parry practice. But the damage is just non-existent. So I'm gonna say that Twin Dagger, not that Twin Dagger is fully do not pick up status, but I think by the time we get to Hand of the King, we know like a couple of things that aren't going to work. And Root Grenade, Twin Dagger is one of them. Also doesn't work against the Giant. So like we know that ahead of time. All right, last one. Good thing I'm not running predictions right now. We have some rich people in the chat. Ooh, that was fast. Okay. We have some actual angel investors. I am trying to do like a little bit of gameplay against him. Like 2 parries and turn around and that kind of stuff. Keep it low to the ground so I get like as much DPS as possible. Wow. Okay, that one kind of surprised me. I actually didn't know he had that prepped. Ooh, we got the giant, I mean the zombie attacking the hand on the way down. Oh no, we're fine, we're fine. All right. Oh wow. So up next we have what? We have a food shop. $4,000. And then we have Spoiler. And I feel like Twin Dagger versus Spoiler is probably okay, but apparently it's not okay against Hand of the King. So we should really figure out something else before Spoiler. I have 239 cells. We have Boomerang. We have Ice Shards. There's a lot of stuff in there. I don't want to reset because I need the money. Alright. So my issue with Giant Killer is that this boss doesn't really respond well to bonks. DOT is definitely the way to go. Damage over time. This is gonna be a little cursed. We have one option for flying monsters, and that's Root Grenade. And the Root Grenade has a pretty long cooldown. So Shantae right there, kind of scary. Okay, please, let the shop be in here. I need food, I need it bad. I mean... not for Spoiler, but just to get through this biome. I'm a little scared Ice Crossbow doesn't actually kill the monster. Alright. Winnable, by the way. Winnable. Why can you move? Why are you allowed to function? That was gross. I actually got knocked backward by my own thing. Take that. Is this really still a spoiler? I still call it spoiler. And I tried to have other people in my own chat call it spoiler too. Am I gonna like downvote you on Reddit for calling it its actual name? No. Would I ban someone from my channel for calling it the wrong, well, not wrong name, the actual name? Not ban, but you know, just it's a courtesy. Do I need that? I might need that. Nah, I'm probably not gonna use this. It's probably Boomerang Ice Shards. Now, do I have people who actually turn away when I tell them to, because like spoilers about to happen. That I don't know. I don't have any way to like quantify it. Okay. I don't think this is the right elite. I'm probably gonna do the skip. I know that the skip does not qualify you for the speed run, but I would say this is probably not GDQ ready. It's close, it's getting there, but not this one. Yo, Babushka, good to see you. Wow. Oh, this is even the way to go? I go down. I can't freeze anything. My ice is broken. Triple knock. Plus boomerang. How do we get our ammo back? Root grenade gives us ammo back. So we'll do that instead of ice shards, I think. Now, where in the world do they want me to go? Maybe left? Though it was super cool when you found out. Oh, we're going down. Started a month ago and you're on 2BC. Yo, how are you liking 2BC? Do you find that it is much more difficult than 1BC? Or do you think, you know, it's... I feel like I'm still playing the game as is. Nothing really to report. Everything is just as dangerous as everything else. Very fair. Yo, that is Merlin with the 420. Thank you, Merlin. I don't know, like I said, this is a very cursed run, so if you're looking at this and saying, V, I got your back, here's a little Taco Bell on me, I appreciate it. See if there's any more scrolls for us. I really should leave. I really should leave. But I just want to see if there's scrolls. Okay, we got the map reveal. There's one green scroll. And that appears to be it? Really? I'm leaving then. I'm not sticking around for this bullcrap. This is awful. I don't even see a star. This was a scam the entire time. Not even tactics. Okay, so we're gonna do that. And then we just peace out. You don't ever get the right loot or scroll when it comes time to do damage. That's how I feel right now. Though the game has been actively trolling me the entire time. And by the game's trolling, I mean that I'm blaming the game for anything bad that happens. Okay. This is it. This is the build right here. Yo, this one's for you. Oh, there was no message? See if this works again. Oh, you know what? I bet because I redid all of my stream element stuff. That way we could have new things like this.
Hey, V. Good luck on the shaving off those seconds.
So those work, but the tips do not. Not yet. So I do apologize for that. But either way, thank you for doing that. I really appreciate it. Alright, so all of this stays the same. We're going to get... You can't spin cells in the last area. Okay, we've learned a lot today. We have just learned that once you get to the final area, there is no place for you to spin your cells. I didn't know. He didn't know. Can I get double damage or something? Groot damage? Alright. Alright, so... A lot of cool stuff. Any chance for bathtub stream? You all don't want to see my bathtub. Definitely, I need to clean. But instead, I've been in Dead Cells for 3 hours and 20 minutes. Alright, spoiler time coming up. You don't want to see the final, truest boss of Dead Cells back out now. You stick around, you might see a lot of death. But to be fair, like, I think I can kill this. I just wish I had my shield. I ditched my shield, assuming that I could unlock something. First time I've seen, I watched a lot of the videos. Thank you, Doc, and I appreciate that. Yeah, and we just posted the handhook bid, which is actually a lot of fun. I actually want to see more handhook because I haven't fully busted it yet. At least in my opinion. Okay, root grenade does give us our ammo back, which is nice. Oops. You're definitely getting spike ball phase. Ain't no way we're dealing damage. Ooh, that was fast. Getting my ammo back. Spike ball phase. Yeah, honestly, the shield is just so I could get ammo. More ads. Wasted my grenade. How dare. More spike balls? More spike balls. Gotta do that every once in a while. It's not the safest dodge on the planet. Sometimes you just don't have a choice. More ads. Easy ads, at least. He shouldn't have much left in him. Oh, wow, another spike ball? I didn't think our damage was this low. Don't walk up to me. That's toxic. I can't do anything. He's like teabagging in my face. You can't do that. Gonna say I might die off of that one hit. If he gets me on the tail end of the spin, then it's a death. What does attaching your head do? It does actually do damage. It probably doesn't look like it, but it does do damage. Dang, that was the last phase too. The one hit. The only one that mattered was the one at the end. Alright, we're going back in. This time, more head. Better grenades. It's doing like maybe 300 damage. Oh, that was bad. Got my ammo. No dodge roll there. Always hard to get off that last arrow. It didn't kill me that time. Wasn't that the same dodge I did last time where we both met center? Dead. Oh my god, I got worried about the spike ball and didn't consider what the boss might do. This one's evil. I don't know. So the last time we were here, we beat the boss with Boomerang and maybe Electric Whip, Boomerang and something else. So now, like, if I had notes that I would be taking, it's definitely unlock Boomerang prior to Astrolab. 100%. Like, it doesn't matter what your current build is. If you plan on using Boomerang anyway, then it has to be unlocked prior to Astrolab. And you just take it in. Oops. Which I think it's fine. Okay. So that time we met, we shook hands in the center. The boss's handshaking a little tight of a grip, if you ask me. If you roll backwards, I think you still get tagged on the way back, so it has to be a jump. All right, here we go. Last one. And like, I have to do this flawlessly for the most part. That was a lot better. Brother hit the internet cable with a lawnmower? Is that what I just read? Are they gonna be punished? Do they have to pay for the Comcast visit? Yeah, we're so used to being able to have potions and stuff like that. That time I walked forward a little bit to make sure I could go through. Got my ammo back. That's so troll. Him just walking up to me like that. Oh, the spike balls. I wonder if Sinew Slicer's actually doing damage. Because I don't think he's really bleeding. It barely looks like it hits, really. Oh, there's some bleed. Should be protecting my Sinew. I need it! One last time! No more after this, please. Ammo? Oh my god, there's so many. It's Toho now. It's like I'm playing Vampire Survivors and Dead Cells. Alright, I'm gonna give this one more try because I am like, you can even hear it in my voice, I'm toast. Like, we don't want to, I'd say retract knowledge. We don't want to regress. We've been able to do this fight in the 0 to 5 BC. The last couple of times we've done it. Obviously the build's better in those previous times. But I think there is a scenario where like you learn less. It's not on purpose. That's not doing damage. It never did, but definitely funny to see. Protect the Sinew. If only I had barb tips. If there was a way to spam barb tips in this fight, maybe we'd be okay. Wow, we're almost like on an exact rotation with this boss right now. Oh my god, I was in the attack animation. Yeah, you only really get one hit. Stomp on him. Do something. Nasty spike ball. You would think there's like 0% chance that a spike ball actually hits you, but in a situation like this where it matters, those things are beaming for you. Can you parry spike ball? Yes, but it doesn't go forward. It just goes through you. I'm surprised they gave me that. Oh my god, I did it the wrong way. Alright. I'm tapped out, everybody. I beat my head against the boss, against multiple bosses, with subpar gear. And that's not to say that like those are bad items. Obviously, if you're playing the marksman bow, you're probably gonna be okay. If you're playing legendary root grenade, you're probably gonna be okay. But in the 0 to 5 BC, we have to spin the cells in like specific manners. And we don't usually fight them for 10 minutes straight. Typically, we're able to melt through the boss. I'm not saying like even in like typical 5BC manner, like a normal game of 5BC. When it comes down to doing the speed run, we gotta do better damage than that. So what I think we'll do next time, and I gotta make a bunch of checklists because we made a few mistakes. Let's go ahead and stop the timer. So in 3BC, we definitely need to be able to go to Conjunctivius without going to Concierge. That's our #1 loss of time is in 3BC. 2BC sometimes has some issues. It's just a matter of how quickly do I get to go through toxic sewers. We actually had some good toxic sewers today, which was good. 1BC was fine, but we went to Distillery, and Distillery was our first death in the speed run. But we decided to keep going because we wanted to see how it feels to get through Distillery at that stage of the game. 4BC was mostly okay until we got to Cavern. Cavern is always an issue, but we lucked out with some gear against the Giant. So the Giant actually wasn't too terrible in 4BC. In 5BC, however, we swapped to Twin Dagger. Root Grenade did nothing. And then Sinew Slicer is always tough. Distillery was miserable. I agree. And you might think, okay, V, if you know Balance Blade can kill the Giant pretty well. We're gonna go to our equipment. This is what the setup looks like in Fresh Save. For the most part, we have Magic Bow that we can flex into. Does that really kill the Giant? I think only if it's legendary, because you end up running out of ammo unless you have a shield. The shield options, none of them are tactics. So you end up having shields as basically just a way to get ammo back. Yo, Pyro, thank you for that. Let me go ahead and... Oh no, it's saved, it's saved. So playing Brutality, you really only have Balance Blade, maybe Twin Dagger, but typically Balance Blade. You could like swerve in Molotov at the same time. One single trap, and then one single grenade. That's all of your options when it comes to Brutality. The other cool stuff that shows up, like Knife Dance, Telluric Shock doesn't really move the needle in those fights. It doesn't hurt the giant almost at all. Kind of works against Hand of the King. You're able to destroy the traps. But you have all the bombs to deal with, so not really super great. Going survival. Survival gives you broadsword versus the giant, which is okay. You still run the issue of you don't have skills that do damage. Root Grenade doesn't hurt the giant. Wolf Trap doesn't hurt the giant. This also does not hurt the giant. Now, if we get Sickles, Sickles come from the Scarecrow. The only way to get to Scarecrow in this setup is if you go through... Oh no, I think you have to actually go through Fractured Shrine in order to unlock the skip to go into Undying Shores. I don't know if you can get the Undying Shores from Stilt Village. So in 0 BC, if you go... I'm gonna do this for my own general knowledge here. I don't think it's good, but just to have Sickles in the deck, I think it's kind of sick. Boom, 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 boom. All right, I'm gonna save up and offer Witchwood single player mode Hearthstone. I don't know if that's a refund, only because I don't want to have to play Hearthstone. You've never beat Giant, you're scared of the caverns? It's nasty, I completely agree. But if you kill things one by one, it's really not that bad. Like the way how I was playing, where we're skipping through everything, it was really nasty. Can't get to Undying Shores in any way until the first time you get to Shrines. And you can't do Shrines until... Well, you can't get the Cultist outfit until 1 BC, because you need to use your head to get into 1 BC. So, I would have to do like a full 20-minute run in order to see that. Dang, this is... It's tough. I like the concept of the speedrun. Right now, we're sitting at a clean 2 hours, 57 minutes for our PB. It's gonna require practice. Just like with anything in life, things require practice. And I have to have the patience to be okay with practicing. Even if it has to be on my own time. Pyro, just got your first no-hit on the Giant. Congratulations. I kind of want to show people what you did, Pyro, before we call the night. Tomorrow's stream, I really don't have a full docket set up for the entire week. So tomorrow after Wholesome Burst Live, it's completely up in the air of what I plan on doing. I don't know what it is just yet. Could I do roguelike drafts tomorrow? It's kind of short notice. Speedrunner makes it look easy, but it takes a lot of hours to get there. I don't want it to take hours. You don't know how like impatient I am with getting good at something. No matter what game it is, like if I find myself dying and like not getting good fast enough, I kind of like not want to do it. Which is definitely not the mentality to have. Absolutely not. Let's do a quick daily challenge while that's loading up. What do you get from the Giant? You get Giant Killer and some other stuff. Some good skins too. Some of the best skins in the game, in my opinion. Isn't there just a button? Yeah, disable. And some people actually consider the Giant like the better way to go through a run. This should be pretty good. We'll do this. Get this. For those that haven't done daily challenge before, please do your daily challenges. Quick to do, you get really good rewards out of it. I guess I shouldn't guarantee it's quick. Sometimes that's not guaranteed. I gotta kill that masker. Why isn't why do daily challenge? Last ring aura comes from daily challenge. That should be like your #1 take. Meat skewer is good and all. I definitely consider last ring aura like the GOAT. Oops. Rip. And you can get on the leaderboard. I know you all want to be on the leaderboard, right? My streamer. He's gonna get on the leaderboard right now. I promise. Minute 15? Fight in here. If you fight in here, there's no timer going. Nice curse sword. Why is the UI so small? We were doing that for the speed run. This should be good. This should kill everything. Yo, you didn't die? Why you no die? Every time you get the stars, you have to kill stuff. And that's kind of a forehead. But sometimes you don't think you have enough monsters to kill, so you keep going, but you gotta just kill what's in front of you. Were you not snared? Two minutes left. Decent amount of map left. The whole goal in daily challenge is to be able to one-tap the monsters. I'm actually taking too long to kill these, in my opinion. That might be better. I feel like it's not, but hopefully it is. Favorite weapon is the rapier. I don't hate it. Is what I will say. Minute 30. Actually, nothing there. That's so sad. What a way to go. I didn't think it was ready to roll at me. Alright, so we should go far right first so we can get that meat skewer. Fake speed running. This is speed running before speed running was invented. Okay. It's kind of slow doing the 3-hit combo. If I can just tag each monster the one time, we're good. My bad. Yeah. My boy! The gentleman. Just killed the hands before they could do any attacks. Yeah, like I said, the giant you will get to a point where the giant is probably your best fight in Dead Cells. And like to go anywhere else, not to say it's a throw, but definitely you feel the difference between fighting the giant and fighting things that are not the giant. Okay, so the meat skewer all the way right. Was this better than the repeater? I wonder why. I kill this. Worth 10 points. Go at speedrunning before speedrunning was invented. Was falsely claiming impossible. No, you're looking right at it. Live. Should've killed those monsters up top. Yeah, I do know the Rod Pierre was nerfed. It had a bug to it where the crit was always active. I don't even want to begin to know how that happened. But it was definitely like one of the best bugs ever. Yeah, I don't know if it was only on PC where it was doing that, or what. But it was definitely sick. We'll try this way. Thank you, Mushroom Boy. Meat skewer, everybody. Holy smokes. You gotta get every chest. Do we want this? Maybe it's better than powerful? It actually gives you bonus electricity on your attacks. Oh, that was scary. Where do you sign up? Well, it's probably bug fixed by now. I was gonna say you revert your game back to a previous patch. But I don't think that's how it's gonna work. One minute. Should be plenty of time. I just want to get top 10. Is that too much to ask for? Give me this. 30 seconds. Should be enough to kill this. There we go. Yo, Jorge, good to see you. Rank 7, I'll take it. Didn't mean to go to restart. The crit visual looked like it was always active, but I was only doing crits after the roll. Yeah, they